Say yuck.
Hello.
Say yuck.
Hello.
Oh no.
Okay, we can hear Bob.
Okay, there we go. Don't worry, just talk to myself. There it is.
Should we go through everybody? So AJ said he can't see Dan.
I'm putting the goat away now because that's going to get annoying. It's out of arm's reach
Hey,
now.
that looks better.
That would be correct.
Correct. All right.
Sound off. See, they can't hear me. You need to relay that for me.
What did you just say?
So-
Okay, everyone's gonna do a sound off. So Bob, go first.
Sound off. Sound off one. Sounding off.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, AB.
Good. Gina, you next.
Hello. Hello.
Yep, and then you can hear me?
Yeah.
Cool. All our sound is good.
Hey,
All right.
we did it.
All right. Welcome, everyone, to our second installment of our campaign for Roll for Revelry. My name is AJ. I will be the DM this afternoon. If we don't mind going around the circle, introducing ourselves, Lindsay.
Hello.
There we are.
I am going to be playing Orla Bitterfoot, who is a bard gnome.
And Bob.
Hello. I am playing Kata, who is a Dragonborn.
Dan.
Hi. I'm Dan. I'm playing Marxus the Merciful.
Gina.
I'm Gina, and I'm going to be Narnip Ningle, who is a rogue gnome.
Excellent. We did this in our last campaign, but we didn't do it last week. But if you guys could sum up in one sentence, one phrase, one sentence, what is your character's current goal? And we'll go right back around that circle. The same.
Oh, that's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
My character's current goal. So, my character, just a little bit about the backstory is when I was around 18.
One sentence. Character's current goal.
One sentence. I guess it all starts when I was born.
It's a run-on sentence.
I was born.
I'm adventuring to find new things and to help the underdog of humanity.
Done. All right. Kata.
I'm just trying to figure out where I fit in
Aren't we all?
in like the world.
Aren't we all?
Merxus.
Somebody tried to kill me, I gotta find out who, and I'm really nervous about all of it.
And Narnip.
Making things right.
Cool. All right, so we're gonna do a little bit of a extended recap from last week, mostly because it's our understanding that no one could hear Merxus the entire time.
Lucky y'all.
If you're willing, feel free to speak up in chat if that kind of stuff happens, because we'd be happy to fix it. That said, we appreciate all of our viewers, and welcome back if you are back, and welcome for the first time if this is your first time. So, quick recap: the gang actually kind of came together over Merxus's broken down. Over him breaking down his campfire. If you guys don't mind helping me out with this, and you guys can kind of tell me what your characters were doing at the time.
I was on my way to the city, and I had stumbled upon a tabaxi who seemed a little disoriented and out of sorts. But I was wanting to meet some new people, so I kind of just, hello.
And we became quick friends.
We did.
After she took a little sip from the water skin that I had, which wasn't as much of a water skin as much it was a ale skin. Ale skin? Ella skin? I don't know. But I had been chased from the city the night before by mysterious assassins. I took an arrow right through me, but it was a through and through, which is super rare for an arrow, and I'm still around because of it. And I am very wary of all of these strangers, as is classic Tabaxi fashion, and so kept everyone at an arm's length until they all agreed to help me find these assassins.
Excellent. And Kata, Narnip, what were you guys doing when you guys kind of all grouped together?
Yeah, Oki and I were just kind of happened to be in this area and watched this kind of ragtag group assemble from afar before deciding to reveal ourselves and join up.
Who's Oki?
Oki's the dragon. It's not my dragon, but it's like my friend.
And Narnip, what were you doing poking around this area?
Narnip was heading out of town because she had actually made things worse the night before when she was trying to make things right for somebody else. So she needs to go and right this new wrong that she created. And she overheard Marxus talking about some assassins, and she had seen some hooded figures the night before, so that piqued her curiosity, and she joined the conversation at that point.
All right. Awesome. So once you guys kind of came together, you you realized one of the larger tasks that Merxus had initially before he was attacked was to deliver a package. After some persuasion and some coercion, Narnip actually opened up the package, revealing a twisted bread, a braided loaf of bread, and it was kind of smushed up, and it was understood that Merxus was to deliver this piece of bread to a address that did not make sense. And this was just before he was attacked, or at least we found out. So while you were debating on what to do and where to go and see if you can figure out the address that doesn't really make sense, you heard bells ringing. And not necessarily a, chorus of bells, but more of an alarm bell that was very rudimentary. And you noticed to the north of your position was a small farm. And as you approached, you saw several individuals approaching the farm in a very tactile
Tactical.
Pterodactyl.
That's
Tactical.
it. Tactical manner, as if they were to attack. Upon questioning these individuals, you realize that they were hired to attack the farm, as there were goblins there that were hoarding and unwilling to give up resources. After some confusion, you agreed to split the fare with them, and you ran up and started punching goblins. Soon after, realized that the goblins were, in fact, the common folk of that farm, and were farmers who had an agreement with the Kalda of the Anchor of Bryn, the local city, and the Kalda is their mayor. So soon you kind of realized that it was these individuals that were attacking these goblins. You kind of switched sides and began fighting away this other group of mercenaries, so to speak. Narnip kind of acknowledged that they were deemed shield hands, a terminology for mercenaries hired by the cities of the Tyran domain, the current region that you're in. That said, you guys fought and straight up killed one of them, while the others were able to flee. After some interrogation, you realized that that they were hired. The farm was underproducing, and despite the pressures from the city, they wanted to they could not give up what they had any more than what they had, because they needed their own personal stores. And this other group was determined to obtain those personal stores to pay for what was owed. So some threats were made. I believe Kata was going back and killing all the goblins if they lied to them. And I don't know, you also probably threatened to kill some other people that day. So as you guys went back to head to figure out this package situation, now that you've kind of figured that out, you went into a local bar and kind of grabbed some drinks, and then grabbed some more drinks from the servers, and then grabbed some other people's drinks, and just kind of were carousing and in revelry, so to speak. Next time I'm going to have you guys roll for that. And at that moment, an individual walked into the bar, shouted an exclamation of notice, and tack-hammered a stack of papers onto a bulletin board, so to speak, and a number of individuals kind of walked up and started grabbing at these these sheets, and that's where we're gonna pick up with our group. So that said, what is everybody doing?
I'm just sitting there sipping my ale mixed with whiskey. Is that what's in it?
Yes.
Boilermaker.
And
The
I
new thing.
noticed my head had like turned to this guy when he walked in, and my eyes just like kind of follow him the whole time as he's going up to the bulletin board. And I kind of turned to the others at the table, and I'm gonna say, "Hey guys, do you think this is where those other people got that bounty for these gremlins?"
Goblins.
What did I say?
Gremlins.
Oh, did I really say gremlins?
Sorry, whatever.
Goblins.
Marxus looks at her after she says gremlins and just says, I thought that they were nice.
They were very nice.
I didn't think they were like gremlins. Mean. As I'm sitting there, this giant primordial pouched cat person sitting there, finishing the beverage, leans over to Bob. I don't have it set up with the names on there. That's my fault.
Ada.
Kada.
Hello. And just say, these are pretty good. In reference to the beverages we are imbibing.
I just look at him and I go, "Yep." And then I say to the group, "So we think those are the papers?"
I think so.
Okay.
We should,
and then
like,
I just
go
get
up
up
there.
and walk straight over there and grab all the papers.
So when we did leave off, there was a number of individuals that were already headed towards. There were about 3 or 4 tables. One person from each of those tables kind of walked up, went right up to the pages, and started flipping through them. So as you guys have been kind of chatting about gremlins, it seems to be that they may have beaten you to the punch.
So there's none left on the board.
I think there's a few that are tacked up there, but I mean, as we're speaking, that number dwindles.
Okay, so I'm gonna go grab whatever's left on the board, and then I'm gonna start going table to table to gather the rest of them.
All right. So you roll up and grab what's left on the board. There are 2 sheets left on the board. And then you're going up to the first table to request their bounty from them.
Yeah. Yep.
What do you say? How do you say this?
Was a table like a couple people, couple creatures?
There's like 3 tables, and at each table there's probably about 4 to 6 individuals that seem to be a part of some kind of group, not unsimilar to yourselves.
Got it. So the first table, I'll just go up and say, "Hello, everyone. I noticed you grabbed one of those bounty papers. I'm going to need that."
What do you mean you're gonna need it?
Yeah, see, I need it, so if you could do the honorable thing and let me have it, if I no longer need it, I will return it to you.
Yeah, listen, we haven't seen you around, but the rule is kind of the first come, first serve, and we grabbed the bounty and it's ours to fulfill. We're not gonna give it up for you.
Is the rule kind of first come, first serve, or is there somewhere I can observe that is indeed the rule? For if it is indeed the rule, it is yours, but if it is kind of the rule, then I will need to take that from you.
Well, it's kind of the rule because, well, they're rules that we make up, and there is as you say, some honor among our groups here. we usually get second pick of the stack. That table over there, they usually get first pick. They tend to do the more difficult jobs. Those that are a little bit more deadly. We're still getting to that point. There's a pecking order among us shield hands, and unfortunately, we haven't seen your face before, so you're on the bottom of it.
Unfortunate apologies. I did not realize I was dealing with the inferior shield hands. I will go address the more superior shield hands. Good day.
Alright. Go on, dragon guy.
We go to the big guys, whoever their table is.
2 tables over.
Yeah. Good day. The inferior table told me that you are the superior table of shield hands.
Rightfully so. Who may you be?
I'm Kata. I need to commandeer some of these papers to find the bounty for terrorizing the goblin farm outside of town.
Well, I'm not sure, not much about that bounty, but ours has nothing to do with that. And frankly, going to chat with some goblins outside of town is a little under our pay grade.
Yes, I've gathered that. We buried one out there, and we're going to bury another one, and we let him go. Do you perhaps know who that group was, and or who pays these bounties?
Well, bounties are paid by a number of individuals, handfuls of nobles and of the bureaucracy, and all the upper level officers of the region or the domain may post whatever bounties they'd like. And they're not just posted here in this bar in the shitty part of town. They're posted all over the domain. So these people could have gotten them from this pub. They could have gotten them from another bar. They could have gotten them from, just anywhere. Could have gotten them from the goddamn Salvat himself.
Interesting. All right. Well, thank you for your time. I just turn around, walk away, and then I go relay all that information to my friends.
All right.
In doing so, I reference very clearly and loudly, the table of inferior shield hands were of no help, but the more superior shield hands were of great help, and that's how I kind of describe the 2 tables I interacted with.
There's some chuckles that go on in the the inferiors are kind of snickering and laughing, but they took a little bit of a hit. The ones probably below what you would assume is below them are giddy and kind of chuckling a little bit more. The table you just left is kind of just shrugging it off as whatever.
Want the other bounties? I can go try and steal them if we want them, or we can just look at what we have.
I also kind of thought that we were like trying to lay low. I don't know.
I can steal them. We can read them, and then I can put them back before anybody notices that they're gone.
Here,
or were we just trying to look and see who was paying for the bounties? That was the point of taking the bounties, right?
I think
Not
so.
so much.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and I think it's going to be harder potentially than we thought. The table of upper shield hands, as they indicated, these are posted everywhere. So to narrow down the exact one might be quite a bit of a challenge.
Mm-hmm. Well,
What are the ones that we have?
right.
Let's see what they are.
Cool. Roll a d8 for me, Kata.
1d8. Survey says 2.
All right, and then roll a d6 for me.
Shout out to D&D Beyond for the integrated rolling.
2.
Yeah.
2 and 2. All right. So, one says, the recovery of stolen goods from Rumen's Rarities of Reverence. Seems that there was a series of artifacts stolen from a store nearby that is related to some kind of rarities and very difficult to find objects of reverence. There is any information would be helpful, and the recovery of the goods would reward 1,500 gold.
Whoa.
The second one is a to clear ruins in the woods to the northwest. It is said that there's a group of fawners that are attempting to use these ruins and the resources within. Does not say any reward just yet, but it is directed by Magistrate Cromwell. And the other one was directed from head guard of the Anchor of Bryn.
What do we think? Do we want to?
Does Kata share this information? Like, did he come over to the table and show us these?
Did he?
Yeah. I would say I read them out loud as I
Oh, okay.
to us.
Well,
So I mean, we can.
I feel like trying to find the people who were trying to kill our friend over here would be a pretty good idea too. But we could always stop to maybe help someone else along the way.
yeah. Where's this antique shop located?
It is located in the Priest's Valley district of the Anchor of Bryn, where you currently are.
We could do that and maybe get some gold, or also we could like take a little cat nap. And I wink as I say this to the crew. And I'm really sleepy, and I need to kind of sleep a lot. I need my beauty sleep.
I would say that it is evening. They would probably post them in the evening so that anybody could have a night's rest before they go on and take on whatever. Obviously, talking to somebody at a shop down, I don't mean to say down the street to trigger you guys or anything like that, but down the street.
Downstream.
Yeah, right.
When I hear that, my tail like twitches kind of violently.
Okay. A few streets down. Damn it.
Over.
A few streets over
block
from your
away.
current location, there's a shop. Normally, like, they're posted at night so that you can get that night's rest before you go on and clear ruins or whatever it is that may be going on. So they're usually posted in the evening, so we'd say it's probably about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, rock.
Yeah, I think that sounds like a good idea. I think we should maybe find a place to rest, eat some food, and then decide what we want to do the next morning. And then since we're in the area, I mean, might as well get a little bit of gold.
That's a lot of bit of gold.
Yeah.
We could help so many people at the monastery with that, but wait, no. I don't like them. Not right
Gold
now.
is not the gold isn't irrelevant. Somebody was robbed. We should return their things on principle and kill the robbers.
I agree with that. Kill them.
Yes,
Why?
I
they're robbers.
hang 'em high.
They've stolen intentionally from somebody else.
They were
There's no honor in
stealing
that.
to help somebody or
Right.
because they were starving.
I think we should get the full story first.
I
Because
think we
remember,
should
we
have a
didn't get
couple
the
more
full
pints
story
about
about
it.
those goblins, and we found out the hard way that we probably weren't right.
I agree we should help the shopkeeper who had their goods stolen.
Mm-hmm.
I'll hear the case of the thief.
All right.
I'm gonna.
So I'm gonna ask everyone at the table if they know. Does anyone know of like a place to sleep around here?
I mean, you're in a tavern, and most taverns have beds. It is a crowded tavern, and there are what you would assume probably four tables of shield hands of other adventuring parties acting for bounties within the domain that are there. But whether or not that has become, whether or not there's rooms available is up in the air, I believe.
Well, I'm gonna mosey my way over to the. Is there like a manager? Can I see the manager?
It's manager, please.
It's a cat care.
There's the bartender that you were speaking to before.
I'm gonna walk up to that bartender
Know
and.
this bartender?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Narnip, can you give us a friends and family discount?
Hey.
I don't know him that well.
The worst he can say is no.
You know him better than we do.
Also, just like put on some of that charm.
I don't have charm.
Oh, I thought
Not very
everyone had charm like this. And I stretch out and kind of look super cute because I'm a cat.
How many Boilermakers have you consumed at this time?
And I look down at my paws, and so I don't have thumbs, and so I just kind of pop out my claws one by one, and it's like a. I had
So as he's doing his giant beauty stretch, I'm like, hey, Marxus, let's find you a room. You're showing everyone your butthole.
I can't. Okay.
So,
I'll go-
who's going to...
Yeah, who's gonna go
I'll
talk to the
ask
bartender?
I'll go ask the bartender and try and persuade them to give us a discounted rate because I've been to the bar before.
All right. So you walk up to the bartender and he goes, "Oh, hey."
Okay. Can we get 4 beds? And would you, like, I don't know. We have really good vibes. I feel like we're friends, and like you should give me a friend's discount.
Not even trying to hide it.
Make a persuasion check.
That was good.
Hello, person I've seen
6.
before.
6. He's like, "Yeah, we're friends. The best I got is a room with 3 beds in it. The rest are kind of spoken for right now."
We'll take the room with 3 beds in it.
Cool. That will be 2 silver.
All right, here you go.
You guys aren't in a nice part of town. It's just kind of
We're in the shitty pot town.
yeah. You get 1 bed for 2 silver, or 1 room for 2 silver. It's like, yeah.
I bet
So
the room's really
we'll say
clean.
for expediency, is there anything that you guys wish to discuss this night, whether it be in the privacy of your room or out at the drinking tables?
Not for me.
Cool.
What's the game plan for tomorrow? Are we going to the temple first to try and figure out the bread situation and the package?
No, I don't know. I thought we were gonna go antiquing first.
Yeah,
Yeah.
antiquing.
Or are we going to see the Calda first? Because that was the other thing we wanted to do, right?
Ooh. I say we do the antiques first and make quick coin, also because it's closest. And, like, the call is not going anywhere, and clearly we have no idea where this bread goes. And they haven't missed our friend here yet, so or haven't come looking for him.
As he says, missed their friend here, and he's I'm assuming pointing to me. My tail twitches, and I get like a little like flashbacky kind of thing, like, and just say they didn't miss. It hurt a lot. Didn't like it.
When I turn to him and I say, "You okay, buddy?"
Was shot by an arrow a bunch. I'm feeling at about like half health. I'm so tired.
Roughly.
I am so drunk now.
Oh,
And my friends,
we
I
should
think
take him to bed.
the only friends I've ever known tried to kill me.
Well,
So yeah, another round on me.
Well,
Marxist, that's quite sad. I think you should sleep, and when you awake, maybe you'll feel better.
I guess so.
There's always time to make new and better friends, because those didn't seem like much friends since they tried to kill you.
Well, you drank from my ale skin, so I guess you're a friend of mine.
Yeah.
And I haven't tried to kill you yet.
It's a weird placement of yet, but I will take it for now. You're better than those folks in the alley, so I'm gonna side with you on this one. And you, Narnip, you're just cute.
ooh,
Go to bed.
go to bed.
Which one? There's 3.
Whichever one you want. Go to bed.
I'm gonna make
There's
my
only 3
way.
bets. Oh, go ahead, Marxist.
I'm gonna make my way up to the room and look around, see if there's anything in the room besides beds.
Well, okay, so Narnip and I are gnomes. We're pretty small. We probably can share a bed. I'm assuming tabaxis are much larger than gnomes, and same with dragonborn. So I'm sure you'll need a little bit more room.
Oh, I was just wondering if there was like a crate or a cardboard box or maybe a carpet pad or maybe a spot in the moonlight that I could, maybe a window spot.
Also, I have a bedroll. Like, I can sleep on the ground.
Looks like we
And
have
I'll
one
say,
free
"Suit
bed.
yourself."
And then I'm
And then
gonna
jump.
flop down into a bed and just
Yeah.
fall asleep.
Are we all upstairs, or did Marxist just go upstairs and we're still downstairs? Where's the location? We're all upstairs? Okay.
Mm.
Okay, so if he flops down and goes to sleep, then I'm going to snicker to myself, take one of my arrows, stake it into the wall up high, and then tie a piece of rope around it with a little loop at the end right above where he's sleeping. Not just like a little, like almost like it would be like what a milk ring might look like in the real world.
A cat toy?
Man, I was really like doing my long rest on my D&D Beyond #D&D Beyond app, and I've totally dipped out on what you were saying, and then until you said milk ring, and I feel like that's exactly what a cat would do.
Yeah.
Just like,
I felt a
I don't
little,
care.
I felt a
Milk
little
ring.
bad about the killed you yet comment, so I made you a cat toy for when you wake up.
What a guy!
To be honest, I don't want to wake up to you standing on top of me, so this is also preventative.
It'd be a shame if someone were to wake up with a butthole in
I'm
their
hungry.
face.
Breakfast.
All right, let me get my
Cat
bottle.
butthole. The breakfast of champions.
Oh my god.
Oof.
Okay.
That's the
Alright,
weird
everybody's
thing
getting
that's
long
been said
rest.
so far. Okay.
It's morning.
Everybody's got long rest. Nobody picks spells for the days. This is great. Oh man. Yeah, no, you just pick them permanently.
Yes.
But like last campaign, we had a druid and paladin, and
Oh, I know.
it was like, oh, pick a
Yeah,
spell for
dude.
the day.
Fucking
The whole thing.
annoying.
No clerics.
I just
All right,
want to
cool.
play. I don't want to go through a book. Oh wait, it's
Yeah,
D&D.
right. So, that said, you wake up in the morning. Sun rises. There is some commotion downstairs, but doesn't seem like it's anything out of the norm. It just seems kind of like other folk that were in other rooms waking up, kind of getting their things together and heading out.
My papa would say, "Good morning. Who wants some breakfast?" I am very much a morning gnome. Sorry about it.
I just kind of like lift one eye and a little bit of my head, and I just kind of roll and do like this kind of thing, and like just I'm
Dab?
over it. No, just over it. Cats don't dab. That's more of a dog thing.
Oh, I didn't know.
You didn't know?
I didn't. Oh,
You should know better.
not even in the room. Right? I am the room. All right, what are you guys doing?
Breakfast sounds good. We should eat quickly and then go before someone beats us to the antique shop.
I'll look over at Marxus and go, psst, psst,
And I go,
breakfast.
Oh, is that a thing you can do?
oh!
Oh,
Oh! I don't know what's happening. Sorry. Oh! I'm so sorry. This is weird.
that's what your cats do.
Oh!
You should get them checked out. Our cat does nothing.
My water
Oh!
skin and I just spray a little bit of water at him. I'm like, let's go. Come on. Stop it.
Oh,
All right,
so I'm like,
let's go. Let's go.
All right, so you guys head downstairs, and there is a kettle, like a kettle on a hook over one of the embers that used to be a fire from this morning, and a different bartender, not your good friend, kind of nods you guys over to there, and there's a handful of wooden bowls and a ladle. You're more than welcome to help yourself to some kind of oatmeal slop.
my favorite. And I like skip on over, grab a bowl, and slop it on in.
Just stop the spoon halfway so it slops into the bowl.
Smell it. Mm.
It doesn't smell great, but it smells pretty bland. It smells like water and oats.
I'm gonna skip on over to the bartender, like, "Hey, do you happen to have any sugar around here?"
She's like, sorry, we're fresh out.
Fresh out of sugar. He runs out of sugar.
Us.
Okay. Well, thanks anyway. Turn right back around. Get a table. Like, "Hey guys,
What? Oh, okay. And I'm gonna follow along.
Handful of the other people that are coming down kind of grab their bowl of slop and finish it by the time they hit the door, and they walk outside, and there's like a little bucket they throw their wooden bowl in next to the exit as they leave. So you guys grab on a table?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm sitting down already.
All right.
Eat my slop.
Yeah, I'm kind of like eating it real quick. And also just surveying the bar. Is there any person of interest or mystery?
Make a perception check.
Alrighty. Ooh, 21.
Hey,
I mean, there seems to be some people at some of the other tables that you see from last night. They don't seem to be paying mind to you at all. I would say that they may be or could be interesting, but not really mysterious. You kind of know what they're about. They're just probably a part of some other shield hand squad, so to speak.
Anybody noticing us, or like specifically trying to not notice us? The classic Departed line.
No, not really.
I'm just being
as,
paranoid
as
for
you guys
assassins.
walk by, as one group walks by, it's the group that Kato was speaking to first, and they kind of knock on the table and they say, "Hey, good luck."
And I'd say, thank you. Sorry about my friend. He really likes drawing and things.
Good luck to you guys too.
Yeah, and good luck. Yeah, good luck to you. You're doing it.
Doing it.
Really doing it, huh?
It's weird hearing Bob's voice and just seeing nothing, like just an ominous. Ooh,
What,
I'm peeing right now. Ooh.
What's happening?
What are you guys doing?
I've finished
We're doing
my
it.
food and
We just said.
we're doing it.
We're doing it. I think I'm gonna finish up my bowl. I'm gonna hop on over to where the little places that you dump your dishes. I'm gonna dump my dishes and be by the door and be like, "All right, guys, come on, let's go to the antique shop. Let's get a start to the day."
Okay
I
then.
dip my bowl in the slop, drink it in one drink, and join her on the way out the door.
Darn it.
All right.
Let's go.
So go ahead.
Disguise myself real quick before we go to the antique shop.
Interesting.
This is like a little mission, and I like to disguise myself before I go on like missions because I don't like people knowing what my true self looks like. So,
Well,
Oh
who
man.
hurt you?
no, nobody hurt me.
It's like the new Mystique in the new X-Men movies.
Spoilers.
But somebody also did hurt her. Okay.
I can't be myself. Woo! What a crazy character arc. I become comfortable with how I look. Whoa.
Real original.
Narnip, you can do whatever you like. Be yourself. Whether that's not being yourself or being yourself. Whatever you like.
So, Narnip, what do you look like? What's your new self?
I have disguised myself as just a really average looking middle-aged male dwarf with a big beard and a pot belly.
And a pot belly. All right. So you guys head a few streets over.
Would you say that we moved some streets ahead?
No, your streets behind actually.
Ah.
Can we say that?
So-
Is that copyrighted?
Yes, I've copywritten it.
That's hot.
Technically, I'd probably said it more. You guys move a few streets behind and check out this shop, and you see it kind of looks like where the rest of the neighborhood's kind of run down. Built into one of the sides of the street, you see it has a potion kind of looking bottle, and then what was crossed through it? I want to say a feather. I don't know. We'll see. Well, somebody else correct us. Never. So, you see, and again in this district, you don't see a lot of signage with words on them. But there is there's a door. Do you guys just barge in, or what's up?
I mean, it's an antique shop, right?
It's a shop.
And can I
Seems-
look and see? Is there like a sign that says open, or like anything on the outside that would like indicate that it's
Seems
open? I'm just gonna look in.
Lights are lit on the inside. There's candles lit in the window.
I'm just gonna walk in.
I'm gonna
All right,
follow
so,
right behind.
You're greeted by a small gnomish guy. I hope that's my parents that got pulled over just now. My parents just drove by and honked, and then a police car is probably following them. So we'll see. I don't know what's illegal about honking, but yeah.
But they did it twice, so
Just letting you know we're here. Beep beep.
every time.
Yeah.
Just saying.
So you see a small, peculiar-looking gnomish guy behind the counter, and he goes, "Philip, wake up! We've got guests!" And in the corner, not in the corner, but like next to, like, you see this counter, so to speak, and then there's a back room, and then there's a staircase heading up, and then there is a off to your left, to the right of the counter is a orc kind of leaned up, sleeping against his chair that's tilted back against the wall to your left. There's all kinds of like apothecary style shelves in drawers and nooks that have a handful of other peculiar objects in them.
I'm gonna say, "Ooh, I love knickknacks," and I'm just gonna kind of like look around.
He goes, "Well, this is the shop for you, young lady."
Perfect.
I'm gonna take out the.
Oh shit. Well, my name is Cleef.
Clee, it's nice to meet your acquaintance.
Nice to meet yours as well, Orla.
So we didn't just stumble upon this place. We actually are following a bounty that we saw had put out for.
Good. I was hoping that would come through. Excellent. So, an object of mine was stolen from this shop just the other day. And it was interesting because I was holding it aside for someone. There was a small jar. I used to keep it right up here, and he holds up and he looks up above the doorway. You see there's an item missing from one of the apothecary style little nooks. And he goes, "Well, it was a jar, and it held 5 phoenix petals." And he kind of describes when there's the little petals, and they look like they're ever flowing in a wind. And as they ascend, they ignite and descend in ashes, and then reconstitute, and then continue this cycle. They're very precious, very expensive, and they took actually a life of one of your fellow shield hands, the same way. So yes, it took a life to get. And they are probably once in a lifetime objects. So if I could have them back, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Lindsay.
I will this much. There was a fellow that came in who was a acolyte of Cord. He came in and asked me to hold them, so I set them aside for him. And then that night, there was a burglary of sorts. They kind of came in and they broke an object of mine. One of my smaller vials, and then they stole that jar.
That's crappy.
Yes. Yes, it is.
And it sounds like that was really precious.
Gotta hit your video.
I did. I did.
Oh yeah, something's going on. It's just not
No,
registering.
I dropped
on
out,
OBS
and
yet.
then Discord shut down for me, and then I popped it back up.
It should catch up in a minute.
It's gonna
It'll be
take
fine.
probably a second for my camera to get back on. Yeah,
Oh, I can see you.
it's showing that it's on now, but probably for Twitch.
Whatever.
Sorry,
just keep
everyone.
going.
Yeah.
All right, so
Dropkeep. Are you paying this bounty?
well, yes, I've gone and through the proper authorities have set out the bounty. Yes, I'll be paying the bounty.
And in this rundown part of town where I can get an entire room for 2 silver a night, you are to pay 1,500 gold.
Well, yes, we have a very eccentric shop. While we don't have a lot, occasionally what we do is we sell. Hey. Occasionally, what we do is we buy items from people like yourselves that go out on adventures, and any particular goods that they might find along their way, I'd be happy to buy. And when I do buy them, I can sell them back to individuals that make potions and all kinds of wonderful items. And it is a kind of a high sale, high buy situation. There's not a lot of large profit margin. And actually, I've inherited this place from my uncle, so it was the best place that I could. And I'll tell you this much, it's on the up and up.
The 1,500 reward, have you ever thought about spending a little less than that and investing in a lock for your door?
Well, that's the thing is I have a handful of locks. I have a handful of means to get this through, and also we had a security guard on duty, Philip, and he shakes this guy's leg and he wakes him. This orc kind of stirs awake and he's like, yeah, yep, I was on duty, and well, I woke up and yeah, they woke up and startled them, and they ran off.
Can you describe what they looked like?
Couldn't see much, but kind of just a shadowy figure.
So do you want, because of the nature of your shop, do you want the item that was stolen returned, or would another item of the same value be sufficient in replacing the loss?
It's not popping up on anything else. My screen doesn't have it. Neither does his. I'm sorry, one more time?
Do you want the petals specifically back, or would another set of goods of the same value that the petals were be sufficient in like repairing the loss to your shop?
Well, the petals were quite precious, and like I said, it did cost the life of another individual to get. A group went out, got them for me, and unfortunately, not all of them made it back.
What's so special about? I mean, you explained what the petals do, but why did you send a group out specifically for those petals?
Well, they were in a region that is rumored to be home to these kinds of petals and these types of flowers. They were there for a specific different reason, but they were able to obtain 5 of these flowers for me, and they're very hard and very dangerous to get. As I said, someone did not return.
Who didn't return, and why?
It was a group some years ago, and they didn't return because they died.
Oh no! Well, we don't want to do that, and so because of that, I feel like 1,500 gold's a little bit of a small price to pay. I feel like we should at least get 2,500. Putting our lives on the line here.
So you're telling me that this group of people wanted this phoenix thing for something.
I'm saying
and they
that
put it on hold?
yes, this one person who was apparently an acolyte of Cord, the Stormlord, came in and asked me to hold this as well as 2 other objects for them. One was a particular vial that was broken upon entry of what I assume is the same thief, because the same items were stolen and taken. The other was this jar of the 5 phoenix petals, and then the third was a rock
What
What
did
did he look
this?
like?
Yeah.
Did he look like a turtle?
No. He had the classic robes of an acolyte of the Stormlord, and I assumed they were from the temple down the street. But they seemed, while investigating, the guards seemed to not, or well, rather, the temple seemed to not recognize this individual.
Have you seen those kinds of robes before? Like, did he look like he was part of this world?
Yes, very much so.
Wait. What color were the robes?
Blue and silver.
Do I recognize these robes at all?
Quick question. Never mind. It would be whatever like the normal storm, like whatever normal cord colors are.
Okay. But there's
I'm
nothing
saying
like
they're blue and silver right now.
there's nothing like in my background where I'm like, oh man, I kind of recognize those at all.
You would recognize them as the colors of cord and of anybody. You know, if you were with Dan's history, no. If that's what you're getting at.
Gotcha.
But you would recognize them as a typical, you know, if there was a cleric or an acolyte of Cord, you can go down to the Cord Temple right now and find, you know, and see what they look like.
Where and then I kind of look at Philip. Where did when they got scared? Where did they go? Where'd they go? A bunch of scaredy cats.
They ran out back. I assume that's when they came in.
I'm gonna go out back by like the point of entry and investigate and sniff and do some normal cat investigation things. See if I notice anything.
Roll for investigation.
Yay! +0. But a nat 20. Sure. Tell me what I see.
You so you see an alley. And as you step out into the alley, there's a small little awning that's kind of like distinct to this one single door. And then to the right, you can see the alley stretches out and then turns into a street, and that is to the south.
Okay.
So it would be heading out of town towards which you guys came from before the night before. To the left, you can see the alley continues down to a street, and there is you know, a street at the end of it. It does lead towards more city, but you can't see out of the Priest's Valley from this alley. It is a wider alley and not nearly as confined as any other alley. It could be labeled as a street if it weren't for the back door access.
Gotcha. Are there any signs of forced entry or anything like that?
No, doesn't seem so.
Can I investigate the lock further?
Yeah, make an investigation check.
Excellent. Come on, let's get another one. I sure did.
Yeah.
As you kind of poke around, you can see that there's small scratch marks on the outside of the lock hole, but that's it.
From like locksmithing tools, kind of what it looks like.
There's just some small scratch marks on the outside of the lock.
Tools.
Do they? Do I recognize them if I look at my claws and then I look at the? Like, do they look similar to cat claws? Like maybe a cat burglar came through.
I don't know. Do you want to scratch the metal and see if it looks similar?
Yes.
All right.
Ruin it.
So as you scratch the metal, it kind of chips away at some of your claw because it's a harder metal.
I have metal claws.
The claw doesn't indent into the metal the way that it's like your claws probably leave a lighter scratch.
Who has thieves' tools on them that we can do a test? Do I? I do. Okay. So I'm gonna
Who has
go-
them? Me.
I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna follow Marxus, and because I can hear like some scratching on the door in the back, and I'm just like, what is going on? So I'm gonna go back behind there, and I'm gonna be like, what are you doing?
Nothing.
Hmm.
Oh no, I was just coming back here because they said they probably came in this way and then they went out this way. So I was just, I guess you could say that curiosity got the better of me. And I ended up out here, and I guess if this was a little bit smaller, you could call me a alley cat. But it's pretty busy out here, and feels like they could make a pretty clean getaway. And I lick myself as I say that.
Oh, okay. All that aside, why were you clawing at that?
Well, there's these little scratch marks on the lock here, and so I was seeing if I could do it or if it was made by something like stronger. Seems like it was made by something harder, stronger, but not faster because it's probably just metal. What do you think?
That's interesting. That's actually a really good thought. I do have these thieves' tools here. It's like maybe they picked the lock and like it was the metal was scratching on the metal. Like,
Check
I
it
can
out.
compare and see.
I give her
Let's
the
say-
lock.
So I'm gonna try to use my thieves' tools on it and kind of like jing a part of it on the other side and see if it matches.
Yeah, I would say that those scratches probably could have come from a metal similar to that.
Oh my
So
gosh.
It definitely seems like it's somebody who's proficient in thievery.
Would you say that they're proficient in thieves' tools?
Yeah,
What?
and
Wait, Narnip, are you proficient in thieves' tools?
Kinda. Why?
What do you think about this lock? In your expertise of being a, thief. And I say it quietly and I look over it because I don't want Kata to hear that I called you a thief.
It's like I got picked.
So you
That
are a
makes sense. If
professional.
somebody like came in and stole something, then yeah, they like probably picked the lock and then came in and stole it.
Well,
While they're doing that, after you guys do that, I want to address the shopkeep. So,
I was just gonna
You want
say.
address the shopkeep. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was just gonna say that. What was you saying with Stormlord Cord Lord? So maybe we could go there or search around here for some more clues. Either way,
Probably the one that stole the stuff. He was probably like outraged by how much it was going to cost, and then he probably came back at night and stole the stuff. He probably wasn't even like a, monk or whatever. He was probably in disguise.
are you telling me that not all monks are monks?
I don't know. I mean, you're saying that like you have some shady bread and that your monk people were trying to come kill you, so maybe it's the same people.
I don't think that anything could be more shady about this bread than you stealing it and trying to wrap it back up again. Besides maybe trying to be assassinated while dropping it off. Wait.
Right.
Okay. I'm with you on this one.
Marxus, make a sleight of hand check.
Yeah. A dirty 20 this time.
Okay.
dirty.
Dirty.
Continue playing.
That was alright.
It's not the first time I've done that kind of stuff. Come on, guys.
Yeah, it just throws me off because I'm like, did I try and steal something?
know.
Did somebody try and put something in my pocket?
I ask you guys to roll stuff, and it's
Weird
even stuff
things that you're
later
like-
on. And
Why? Huh?
I'm gonna
It's
look
just stuff
around
that
the.
it's not gonna answer.
Has anyone here encountered phoenix petals before?
I have not. First I've ever heard of them. Sounds fancy, majestic, and something that somebody powerful would want to have or have somebody steal for them.
Kata? Narnip?
Yeah,
Kate
I've
is in
never
the
seen
other
them
room.
before.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not. I'm. I'm.
Kata, you ever
a lot
seen
of
phoenix
stuff.
petals before?
I use my booming voice cantrip, and I just yell no at 5 times volume.
Duh.
We kind of rattles some of the glass on the wall, and he's like, "What are you doing?"
Well,
That was the shopkeep.
Yeah.
Hope I'm consistent with my voices.
That was good. No, it was good. I knew it was.
Fine.
and I'm all set back here.
So you wanted to, Kata, you wanted to ask some questions
Yeah.
of the shopkeep.
Yeah, shopkeep.
well-
let me make sure I got this story right. Someone came in dressed like a disciple of Cord.
Yes.
You showed him all the things that they wanted.
Yep.
Then they left.
Yes. They said they'd come back the next day.
Yeah, and then they did come back. Oh, then somebody broke in,
Yes.
took just those things.
Well,
While you're
they
broke
took just
one.
the phoenix. They took the phoenix petals and the stone, the rock.
Yeah, and they broke the vial.
Yes.
Yep. And then while your guard was asleep, and then
Philip.
you went and asked, yes, Philip. And then you went and asked the temple about this person. They have no knowledge of them.
Well, the guards did. There was a full investigation. I was aware of the break-in, but as I was coming down with the guards, I came to a broken-in storefront.
Okay. And then, so my first question is, what do you know? What would somebody want with these 3 items? How do they fit together? What would somebody do with these things?
Well, I'm not exactly sure how they would fit together. The vial was a potion of great strength. One would drink it and attain great strength. That was lost. While that's not necessarily a great thing, I'm not quite fond of losing opportunity or money on that object. But the phoenix petals were very, very expensive. Yes, they were stolen, and I thought I was going to be able to sell them the next day to this individual. The only reason I suspect this acolyte of Cord was that they have never returned.
And what
then
about
alerted the guards. There was a full investigation. The guards went to the temple, and they did not know or find anything about it.
and what about the rock? What would the rock do? It was just a rock?
It was a nice-looking rock.
Did it have an? Oh,
Interesting. Okay. So I know your bounty is for 1,500 gold. I will give you some value for free right now. Word of advice: when somebody comes in to case your place and then request things, maybe don't leave them out in the open right exactly where they were.
Well,
Two,
I
Philip
had
over
2
here.
people that came in the shop that day.
Oh, who else came in the shop?
There was a small gnomish girl.
And what did they look at?
They actually, I believe they forgot their coin purse and went home and did not return either.
They didn't look at any items?
Nope. I asked if they'd like anything. They told me they had forgotten their coin purse and then left.
And, okay, that is interesting.
I guess.
Well, here's another thought. Your guard, Philip, is he still asleep? I see. Is he asleep?
Philip is asleep, yeah.
He's back asleep. So when I say his name, I also use booming voice. So I say, like, your guard, Philip.
Yeah.
Maybe you should stay awake, like, at night.
Hey,
as like a guard might do.
Not a lot gets by me. All right. Plus, this place is kind of rigged. If something happens or somebody enters when they're not supposed to,
And they did not seem to work.
well, it's a silent alarm that leads directly to Cleef here, and he came right away. They weren't here long.
Okay. I'll be honest with you here, Shopkeep. I don't have great hope of finding this mysterious person. But if you tell us where these petals are and we happen to be in that area, we'll bring you some.
Well, that would be great. I will certainly buy them for what they're worth. I was hoping to get the ones that were stolen returned. It would probably be a much less dangerous task to find the stolen ones than to obtain new ones.
Sure, I don't know. My friends, maybe they got some good evidence in the back. I'm just telling you, I'm not very hopeful. So I'm not going to go out of my way to get you these petals, but if I end up where they are, I'll bring you some.
That would be excellent. They are sought after, and you know, there would be a hefty reward in it for you. I would need some time to probably sell them. I don't have that kind of cash on hand, but I would certainly be able to kind of set up be the middleman of sorts for that kind of object.
Yeah, well, we can exchange sending stones, and you can keep me in the loop. I'm gonna go check in with my friends.
Very good.
Walk out back and see.
Where are they usually found?
Oh yeah, I guess you didn't.
Well, there have been specific mountain regions to the southwest of here that have been devastated by the Titans and basically remain in permanent ember. They're constantly aflame, and they're home to a number of dangerous, very dangerous fire-oriented beings. There were a subspecies of flower that resisted these magics and basically were forever lit on fire. Certain individuals can use these to craft potions, to enchant objects, they're much sought after. I mean, we're talking upwards of 1,000 platinum for a petal.
Last question, Shopkeep. Would there be any reason that someone would steal these that could have been good intentioned? Perhaps could they use these to feed the hungry or clothe the cold or enrich the poor?
Well, you can't eat them. You can't wear them as clothing, and I guess you could enrich the poor, but the poor would have to be able to find a place to sell them.
So most likely whoever stole these was malicious and not good intended.
Well, I don't know. I assume.
All right. Thank you. And then I'm going to go join everyone else. What have you guys found?
She just got this lock.
Someone used thief tools to get in here. Somebody who's definitely sneaky and who has done this before.
Do we know where Narnip was last night?
Are you asking that with her standing right there?
Huh.
She's right there with me.
And also, yes, she was
with us.
with
And plus, this didn't happen last night.
Sorry, I was only
Plus,
like half
she's a
paying attention.
dwarf.
It happened 2 nights ago. Right.
So we just not much really. What did you find out?
There's a silent alarm on this building. It was triggered. The person was out before the shopkeep could arrive. And also, there was a second person that visited the shop that day. Small dwarfish. I forgot what he told me already.
Gnomish.
Gnomish.
Were you there?
Nope.
A small woman.
Breaking that fourth wall.
But
Who
today,
forgot-
Junior.
A small gnomish woman who forgot her coin purse and quickly left.
Well, that sounds kind of normal. Well, should we check out this monk? Not monk. Is that the lead we should follow, or should we follow the coin purse, or should we search for tracks out the back door? Is that a thing? Maybe, I don't know. I'm just a monk.
We could do that.
We could look. I think the tracks might be hard as it's been a few days and it seems like a pretty busy alley.
You're the ranger.
Maybe we go check the House of Court. I mean, we can look. It's going to take us 2 seconds to look around the ground here.
Right. So I want to investigate the alley a little bit further, like away from the back door. Listen, Kato wants to do the same thing. See if there was footprints that are still there, or if there's anything that was dropped off, like they had worn a disguise and threw it somewhere.
Also, are there any like windows that overlook the alley, perhaps from other buildings, or like smokers' lounges from a tavern?
Make a investigation check.
Both of us.
Play.
Yeah, if you guys
Oh,
are
you
both
got
going
it.
out there.
Investigation.
Really great roll.
14.
6.
There's a handful of doors that lead out there. There's one window that's above the awning that you see as you exit, and then there's a handful of windows, but you know they're to the backs of buildings. Every building that you see is the back of a building. You're in between two main streets.
Yep.
What about footprints that I had asked? I mean, I didn't roll enough to see anything, but
I mean, it's also been a few days. You see some horse and some cart and a handful of footprints, but they lead back and forth. Seems to be a supply route for a lot of the shops that are on, or temples or houses or whatever it is that are on these two streets that use this alley as a back entrance.
well, I didn't find anything.
I'm gonna investigate the interior of the shop one more time just before we head out. See if there's anything that I missed. See if there's anything out of place, or see if there's anything useful. I mean, it's just like a shop of crazy baubles. Is there anything that kind of catches this cat's eye?
Are you asking what they sell? Are you what exactly are you trying to investigate?
Just
things that you missed, or like, I mean, you want to roll a perception check or an investigation check? Really, is what I'm getting at.
I guess investigation on the inside, because I think I only investigated like the outside and like the door heading out. So an investigation 17.
Okay. You notice with the 17, there's a spot where there seems to be a spill that looks like it was cleaned up. Other than that, there are a handful of baubles, a handful of weird things. You see, like what looks like a dried bird's foot. You see a handful of vials with weird things in it. You see cloves of garlic that are just hanging in the corner. You see a spice rack of some sort with assorted powders and such. It's like it's a weird shop. There's like all kinds of weird things in it, and you'd imagine that if you needed something weird, you could probably come here and get it.
Ooh,
It's the grocery store next to the buffet on Washtenaw.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
the market.
Yeah. That has that fish tank, that big ass fish tank. In
Yeah, the Huasheng Market. Okay.
Big ass fish tank. Yeah, no, I'm good then. Don't really notice anything. And I just tell the shopkeeper, hey, remember, somebody died, so you might want to pay a little bit more. Just a thought. Would you give us 2,500 as a crew if we all come back alive?
What? What do you mean? To get the item that was stolen?
Yes. Well, you say they're worth like 1,000 platinum apiece. Like, clearly,
Yes,
2,500 is a small price to pay to have these items back.
You're getting them back from a thief. You're not entering the mountains that are forever on fire, inhabited by fire beings, to get them.
I think we both know that we would all be fine if that was actually the case.
Well,
I mean,
if that
look
was
at
the case,
us.
we can talk about what would be the price point. We can negotiate that, but I'm not asking you to go to these mountains. I'm asking you to find the ones that were stolen.
I guess what I'm asking you, since you're asking me, my ask would be a palsy 1,000 more gold for us to really, make this our main priority. I've got people trying to kill me. I don't know why.
Yes.
We've got
You
other
don't
things
have-
going on.
You don't have to take the bounty. I put it up to the city. There's a handful of shield hands around. There's more than likely someone that's willing to do this for 1,500 gold.
Heard,
We'll
but
take the bounty.
is there anyone that has as good of a chance as success as these 4 fine heroes in front of you?
Currently, no, but that's because you hold the bounty. If you were to give it up, it would simply be reinstated into the system and someone else would come along.
Bunch of bureaucratic bullshit. What's your name again, Gnome?
Yes. Thank you. Do your best. Good luck. I honestly hope to see you again with my items.
Hope to see you again with my gold.
Out in the alley,
Offering.
still outside in the alley, do I notice any animals? Any like alley rat or like a stray cat or birds?
Make a perception check.
23.
There are some rats. There are there's birds that are flying by, but they're probably about 30 feet in the air. 30, 40 feet in the air flying by you.
Okay, so I'm gonna cast Speak with Animals.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna also go into my pack and take out some of my rations. And then I'm gonna get down kind of low and not too quickly, but just kind of whisper over to the rats, like, "Hey guys, I mean you no harm. Take this as a sign. I just have a couple questions for you." And I set down some of the rations and I step back like 10 feet.
And you see one of the rats, they kind of crawl up, looks over at you, and goes, "Well, what's the catch?"
No catch. The shopkeeper here was robbed. We're looking for who might have done it. It seems like they used this back door in the alley to come and go, commit their crime. Just wondering if you saw anything.
Did we see anything? Jareth! Jareth, come over here! Help yourself to some rations, and this fine gentleman wants some information from us. Second rat kind of comes up and he says, Well, that's delightful. Thank you, kind sir. Well, you're looking for a thief of sorts?
Yeah, we think it might be either someone disguised as a disciple of Cord, or perhaps a small gnomish woman. Probably
Cord.
about 2 nights ago, probably coming in and out of this door, maybe using some tools to break in.
Well, Jareth, have you seen the Cord fellas are the blue and silver, right? Well, yes, I do believe they are. We've seen them come from the front door, but I do not believe the back door. Well, we weren't really around at that time.
Incredible.
Are you sure you weren't around? Because I could give you some more rations if you happen to be, and you just...
I'll tell you this much. Well, Jareth and I, that evening, were probably down the sewer pipe.
Interesting.
Yes, the tavern down the street throws out all of their porridge those evenings, and was a delightful meal for both of us. Yes? And he goes, oh, quite.
Just as double checking here, you didn't see anybody break into this door?
No, we have not seen anybody break in. There was the gentleman you probably speak of, who has the blue and the silver, but no one else that day.
All right. Well, thanks. Enjoy the rations, and yeah, be careful.
Well, thank you, kind sir. And they both just start gnawing at the rations like animals again.
As bad. Yes. So I just tell the group, yeah, the rats, they didn't see anything.
The rats never see anything.
I would imagine next time I'm going to be like, all right, cool, what do rats sound like? And you're going to have to tell me.
They just, that's it. That's the only noise. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying,
What do you
like,
say about that?
you're the ones talking to them, so it's going to be whatever voice imagines in your head because of the magic. So whatever, we'll see. We'll figure that out next time. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah. So rats didn't see anybody break in. They did see the robed fella come in and out of the front door.
We didn't see
I
anybody.
think it's the same robed people as, we're trying to get Marxus. And I think it's probably like somehow tied in with like the bread and some other nefarious stuff, because you can't trust those religious folks.
Narnip, when you were in the city, did you see these robed folks? When were you? How long ago was it since you've been here?
I saw them when I was here a few days ago. I was visiting my mentor in the tinkering shop. That's pretty close to where that bar that we stayed at last night, and I saw them around that area.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, we can go visit the temple or the cord factory.
Cord factory.
Yeah. I think that's the best plan for travel. There was one thing that somebody that you had said, Narnip, that made me kind of go, and that was the robes. I cannot confirm nor deny if they were the same robes because it was so dark, but I can see pretty well outside, and I point to the slits in my eyeballs, and I say, I think they were just wearing black cloaks. These are like uniforms?
Make a history check real quick.
History! That's a natural 9.
Cool. With a 9, there's a difference between robes and cloaks. That said, night vision also only allows black, whites, and grays. so you don't have any color.
Well, the robes that I saw were only black, whites, and grays. I didn't see any blue.
And as gnomes, you both know that, yeah, at nighttime you can only see black, whites, and grays.
Duh.
Duh. What is duh?
But like a traditional temple robe is like, especially of cord, is a sash-like robe with no hood over one shoulder, exposing the other shoulder, and then robes that come down from the waist.
Well, the people I saw in Marxus were wearing cloaks, not robes. And I wonder if the people you saw were also wearing cloaks.
Yes.
Cloaks can easily go over robes.
They can. People also seem to be pretty good at disguising themselves.
Don't
So-
take that from the old guy here, and I point to Narnip.
Who's currently a dwarf with a potbelly. Yep.
Middle-aged, specifically, I believe.
Middle-aged dwarf with a potbelly and a big beard.
Seen better days, dwarf. Captain of the football team in high school, dwarf.
Well, Narnip, the shopkeep did say that the other person that was in the shop was a young female gnome. Do you know any other young gnomish women in this area?
I mean, our little town, just like right outside of the city, is full of gnomes, and there's a lot of gnomes that live here. So, did he give like a description? Like, was there any like distinctive features that he noticed? Did he know her name?
Nope, he just said she came in briefly and forgot her coin purse. I also did not ask any of those things, so
I'm a gnome, and I feel like if it was me, and he saw
it was
me.
you?
No, I said he would have noticed me. Don't you think he would have said, "Welcome back, little gnome girl"? I think so.
Haha, little gnome girl, welcome back.
This is true.
Like, no.
Right.
All right, so what are you guys doing?
Oh yeah.
I think we gotta go to the temple, right? The cord factory?
Sure.
All right, so you guys go to the Thunder Factory.
The Thunderdome.
And that's where we're gonna take we're gonna take a little break. Thank you very much for our first little half. Please bear with us. We're gonna use the facilities, kind of grab some refreshments, take our dogs out, and we will be back in the next 10 minutes maximum, 5 to 10 minutes. We will see you soon. Please stick around for our second half.
Transition.
All right, welcome back. We are welcome back to Roll for Revelry. We are amidst our game right now and our second session. Quick recap on the first half here. The gang, which currently has no name. The gang, so it's going to be kind of either like the one with the apothecary shop or the gang investigates a bounty sheet. The gang is checking out an investigation of a burglary in a rarity shop in the same district that they spent the evening, and they have come across the aspect that these phoenix petals were stolen, and as they've kind of deduced, an individual broke in from the back door and checked out. Let me get the recap real quick, and I'll get to you. Are we good? Okay. So the gang deduced that the back door was broken into via lockpick. A small vial was broken, and these phoenix petals, 5 of which were stolen from the rarities shop. Cleef, the rarities of reverence owner, put out the bounty for 1,500 gold to get these back. The group took on this bounty. They are now, investigating and taking down the next path. They found out that a member, an acolyte of Cord, was a member that may have been casing the joint, as he asked this item as well as 2 other items to be set aside for him the day before the burglary. That said, you guys kind of chatted with Philip, the guard, and Cleef, the owner of the shop, figuring out some things. And then you also recently just chatted with some rats that were outside. In what can only be described as a British Seinfeld, kind of explained to you guys that they did see the member of Cord, but they didn't really see much else. So that said, is there anything that anybody would like to do or say or anything? Dan, you had your figure up, sir, real quick?
I sure did. We're number 1. I just want to say thanks to those of you that are coming back. It's been kind of a weird audio-visual journey to try and get here. We do use OBS. We're using D&D Beyond. We are using Twitch. We're using all these things. But I'm also 32 and kind of old and haven't been in the computer game for a minute. But I do want to say thank you to Gronk. It's kind of interesting that one of the first people to comment in our chat stream is the same name as a character that I played in the campaign that kind of started this whole thing, who is Gronk Wagglebottoms, who was ended up becoming an acolyte of Cord, and so that he was it's the turtle humanoid, what are they called again? Turtles?
Turtle.
Which, so creative. But hey, thanks for stopping through. We appreciate it. We notice you, and we appreciate you. That's all I wanted to say.
Cool.
Absolutely.
Excellent. Awesome. Thanks for everybody tuning in. We are going to jump right back into it and get back with the gang as they are investigating these crimes, this thievery of very, very rare goods. So you guys, the plan was to head to the local temple of Cord. Is that what we're still doing, or?
I think so.
Yeah, I'm down.
So as you guys walk up, it's not too far. It's a few streets ahead, and it's gonna be a thing. So as you walk up, there is a door with a wooden shield, metal around the ring, and a lightning bolts crisscrossing the shield in an X fashion. The storefront of the temple, so to speak, is actually really Oh shoot. It's not very lavish by any means. It's very humble. But it does look still a little bit more structurally sound than the residing shops and everything else that you see around you. Most of the streets are either dirt. There's a few cobblestone, which is kind of on the temple side of things. So there are a few cobblestone streets. This being one of them. That you can kind of tell is just a little bit finer, a little bit more structure, more gooder.
Good.
So yeah,
On the temple side of town. We all know what
the
you
temple
mean when
side.
you say
Well,
that,
it's still the
AJ.
Priest Valley. It's still the
Jeez.
Priest Valley, which is like the religious district of the Anchor of Bryn.
Cool. Who wants to lead the charge on this one? Not me. Not the scaredy
I'll
cat.
go in first.
Should we try and knock? Or we just go?
Good.
You
Is
just going right
there-
in.
do I
In
see
the monastery that I'm from, you
like
could
a
just like
knocker?
come in.
You just go in.
Yeah, it's you're kind of right, especially with your background in temples and religion. It's like an open to all kind of thing. Constantly open. They want you to walk in. They want you to,
Give
kind
money.
of observe that. But also, like, if you need help, they're there for you. Cord, as a majority, I would imagine a majority of particularly Merxus, would know that Cord is the god of storms, but also like kind of like the god of like to a certain extent like guidance and like finding your way, not necessarily of travel, but yeah, in that sense.
All right. Well, I'll go for it first. I'm fearless in that sense of I like new places and new things. So I'm just gonna push open the door
Cool.
and
I'll
step on
follow
in.
you in.
I'm gonna be right behind the dragonborn.
You walk in and there is a large sand pit in the middle of the room that is kind of built into what would be the foundation of the structure, and then a handful of smaller rooms, chairs, and everything else around it. It seems to be the idyllic aspect of the room. It seems to be what a lot of things are focused around. But beyond that, there is a series of other halls and other doorways leading to what would be further back into the building. Everything is wooden. There are small for the ceiling. There's these banners that are kind of strewn across, but they're all of blue and silver, the colors of Cord.
Do we see anyone?
There is a very small gentleman that is currently moving around the chairs as if they were pews or like setting up for something like that.
So I'm gonna walk on over to him and say, "Hello. Do you work here?"
I would say that I don't work here.
Oh.
But for the sake of things, yes, I work here.
Oh, okay. What's going on with the sand pit?
Well, all temples of Kurd have a sand pit. It's to promote your physical prowess and to show your strength in honor of Kurd.
So what do you do in the sand pit?
Fight.
You fight?
Well, yes. You show your strength in some way, and often that's contested by others.
Wow. Seems pretty aggressive for a religion.
It's actually not that super uncommon. We did this back when I was a little youngin' too. All the time. All the time.
On that note, Marxus, stay out of the sand.
Why? Because it looks inviting.
Wait, is this your religion, Marxus? Are you a
No, he's making a I poop inside reference.
No, but you're saying that you did this too. Are you one of these people?
No. We just had we were a little bit more civilized. So we didn't have a pit of sand in the middle. We had a fighting ring. And after we would learn to fight a little bit, then we would go up against each other in the tournament every so often. And I was always in the first match. Every year, I always came up just short against the champion. Both times, if you will. Just short, though.
It seems
Would've had
strange
him-
to me that you religious folks would need to be such good fighters. Why would you need to be practicing combat?
Oh, because combat isn't always of the sword and shield and quarterstaff type, and I take my quarterstaff. So it's also of the mind as well. And if we are constantly competing against each other, we are creating this economy of thought that we will constantly improve our cities with time as we are constantly trying to outdo each other with our charitable contributions. This capitalism of charitable contribution really helps all of the cities that we are located in. At least that's what Tolkien told me.
That sounds weird.
That sounds rude.
Sorry. I'm just trying to understand. Oh,
I could understand how it
Let's
would look
remember
a
why
little
we're here.
strange. Oh, yes.
so
Oh man.
yeah, I'm gonna turn back to the other gentleman that works there, and then say or ask him if he knows. Do you, sir? Do you happen to know anything about phoenix feathers, or do they have any importance to anybody who would be associated with this religion?
I can't imagine why, but no.
Sorry, I don't mean to impose on your time, but we are just investigating a thievery of sorts, and something of very important value was stolen in an antique shop, and the person of interest was wearing blue and silver
yes.
robes.
Yes, you are those the guards after the this dilemma has they've come down here and they mentioned the exact same things, and I told them no, we do not know this individual, and in fact myself and one other are the only that works here, and the other she is not here right now, but yes, unfortunately we have nothing else to say about the situation.
So you already spoke with somebody about this?
Yes, the guards, they initially came in for their investigation before, I assume, they had no luck and sent it to the shield hands
The guards of the antique shop?
of Bryn.
The guards of Bryn came here?
Yes.
Who is this other woman? You said.
Her name's Muriel. She assists me here in the shop, in the temple. She too is an acolyte of Cord.
What does she look like?
She's about 2.5 feet tall, and she's about 180 pounds, stock muscle, very very strong old young lady. She has one tied braid wraps around her front, but yes, she's the author of the temple.
Where could we find her if we wanted to talk to her?
I'm sure she's due any time, but I do not know why. She spoke with the guards as well, and we have nothing more to say.
Hmm.
Did you commission? Did you go and look for these items in the shop at any point?
No, and like they described, I believe they described the acolyte of Cord as a human male
Mm-hmm.
that walked into the shop.
Got it.
And this is like an old guy, an old human male, which is probably older than the age group that they put. And then Muriel is a
Young.
female stout halfling.
It was not
Where
described though as the other lady.
What do you mean?
It wasn't described. The other person was a gnome that came.
Yeah.
you weren't a person at all.
Uh,
You're not real. You're just a gnome.
Oh, rude.
Yeah,
How
I'm
do you
just kidding.
finance your temple?
Very
It looks
careful.
pretty nice.
Well, we take donations. And he gestures over to this bowl of water that is like a fountain that has no flowing water to it, but there's like some gold coins that are dropped into it.
ooh, a wishing well.
I'm
Of
gonna
sorts, it's a blessing for your safe travels across the seas.
Oh,
take out a gold coin and flick it into the fountain. And say to him, yeah, but how do you really know that Cord has nothing to do with this? I mean, why wouldn't the guards follow up on anything? Did they ask any questions that kind of made you think? I mean,
Well,
as
my
one
understanding-
gods-fearing person, humanoid to another.
my understanding is that the guards were looking for a male human, much younger than myself. And really, it's just Muriel and I. Unfortunately, the temple is not lucrative here. We're not necessarily a port city for a temple of Cord of best travels on the seas and of storms. So
Could I do an insight into like this whole conversation and just be like,
roll
Pick
an
up.
insight check.
12.
He seems to be telling the truth, and it kind of makes sense. Like,
Where
Bryn isn't necessarily it's not on the shore. It's close to the shore. It's a part of the Andrian Peninsula, but it's not like there's not a port.
Gotcha.
They use Elbava to the north as a port to kind of cart their things from one to the other, and then use that as a shipping point to the seas that surround the peninsula.
Cool. What was I just gonna do? I was gonna let somebody else take the reins while I think. Oh yeah, where's Muriel? Can we chat with Muriel? She's got a great name.
You're more than welcome to. She should be back from the markets anytime.
Do you have a? That's awesome. We appreciate it. Do you have a maybe a place that we could wait?
There are plenty of open seats. There's nobody else there.
Oh,
Old timer. Where do you keep? Tell me where you keep your robes.
We on our body. We each have a robe in our rooms. And he kind of gestures to the back area of those halls, that are beyond the sandpit, and he says we each have one set, and each day there is laundry done, and that's it.
The thief or the person was wearing robes. Your style robes. So
Yes,
have
that's
you
how
done
I
an
understand it.
Are you missing any robes? Have you done an inventory?
Yes, we each have both of our robes, and it's a shame that someone would go as far as disguising themselves as an acolyte of Cord for this heist of some sort.
Heist.
I want to ask him if I'm going to ask him if there's like anybody who they've recently seen come into the church that they haven't seen before, aside from us, that maybe has seemed troubled or was asking a lot of questions. Yeah, that's my question.
We do not get a lot of followers here. Those that we do get, they tend to lean more of the strength and prowess side of Cord. Occasionally we have a handful of groups of people that fight in the sandpits, and promote Cord in their own lives, but like I said, as a landlocked city, Cord unfortunately does not do so well.
I understand. Well,
Who does your laundry?
We do.
No, like I think what he's asking is like, whom among y'all is the laundry one?
We both do. There's once a day we go, we wash our old robes, hang them to dry. It's a daily activity.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait for Muriel, if that's cool with you. If you need any help around the temple, I can do regular temple-y things. Specifically, if you are in need of imbibing in some perhaps funner beverages, and you have the equipment, I could maybe whip up something for you.
Well, we have no need for that, but here you are. And he hands you a rake to go sand or to rake the sandpit.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna rake the hell out of this sandpit.
I'm going to. Well, what does this person do? Do they just like go back to their duties of like setting up chairs?
It appears that they keep rearranging the chairs and then being a little annoyed of the arrangement and then rearranging the chairs.
Well, I'm going to, while he's not looking, while we're waiting for this Muriel, to cast Zone of Truth. So hopefully I can get her in there. We can have a discussion.
How long does Zone of Truth last?
What?
How long does Zone of Truth last?
Oh, shit. Let's see.
Also, if you need a distraction, I can be like, aren't I doing such a great job with raking the sand?
So, duration is 10 minutes.
Nope. I will say you guys wait probably about 7 minutes before Muriel arrives.
Real quick,
you
AJ,
see-
before she
Okay,
arrives, I just want to ask the old guy, what are you doing arranging all these chairs if nobody comes in here? What's this all for?
We have to do something.
Okay. Then that's it. No problem.
Like you said,
No
it's
further questions.
it's a landlocked city for a
Ocean God.
ocean god, seafaring god of storms. Yeah, there are storms that pass, and they may, with your passive wisdom or whatever it is would understand that, like, it's probably that the temple was set here for some reason, and these unlucky two are the ones that just run it.
Cool.
But they get enough people that come in, they get enough people that donate, but it's primarily for the fighting aspect, and that's why they are tending to the ring and the chairs so much.
Got it. All right, that's it.
Does this individual who keeps rearranging the chairs, do they seem charmed or arcane forced to do this by any means?
Roll a Arcana check.
Good question.
15.
No, doesn't seem like it.
Fair enough. That was like the first time that I was like, this is a little strange. And then I was remembering like, oh yeah, you can charm folks. Dude.
There's a world of magic out there.
Oh, what? You can't just hit things with sticks?
So, 7 minutes go by. Muriel comes in. She has a small crate, which looks like a handful of provisions. There's a small bag of rice, some greens, groceries, so to speak. And she goes in the back and kind of ignores all of you and sets them down, and then comes back out here. And
How far is she away from me?
I mean, she'll go up to you guys and say, like, welcome.
Right. But I'm asking if I yelled her name, would she be able to hear me?
Yeah, it's not a large temple.
It's like, hello, Muriel. We've been waiting for you.
Oh, yes. Thanks.
Yeah. We would like to chat with you for a minute if you have some time.
Sure.
And I'm going to gesture her on over to where we are standing.
Okay. And before you see a small 2'5" halfling, wrought with muscle, and a one single auburn braid wrapped from the back of her head down over one shoulder. Her robes are similar, but they cover everything. But instead of just one half, it's both.
And I go, thanks so much for stopping what you're doing. I can tell that you are a busy halfling. I just wanted to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Okay, she whispers.
Yeah. We were just hired to figure out this thievery thing that had happened. It's these phoenix tails. I just wanted to kind of ask you if you know anything about it, or if you have any information that you could be able to give us.
No, the guards came and asked all the questions. I would assume that if the guards figured anything out, then it wouldn't be a bounty.
That's a very good point. Yeah, so we were just doing some follow-up. I apologize if you keep getting bombarded by this. Like I said, I know you have a lot to do.
Yes, the chairs.
Do you know anything about phoenix tails in general?
Phoenix tails?
Oh, I'm sorry. Phoenix feathers.
Petals.
Petals. Phoenix petals.
I can't hear you, Dan.
Oh, I was whispering.
Oh,
Oh, I was saying.
Petals.
You got a stage whisper, dude.
Petals.
Even that didn't go through.
Dang it.
It's petals.
Yes.
That's creepy. Ew.
Much worse.
Getting your
Yeah.
ASMR on. I'm gonna start cutting some soap here for you.
I'm not gonna Urban Dictionary that.
Yeah, I don't understand the
It's not
It's
what you
nothing
think, you
dirty.
weirdos. It's just
not
people
dirty. It sounds like
talking
it.
really close and being like,
Dan,
"Let's-
that's making everybody uncomfortable.
Yeah,
Stop it.
that's just as weird as I thought what I would
you'll
find.
love it."
That's
We just lost 10 viewers and we only had 5.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
people
Twitch is
click
gonna
on
send
just
us a
the-
bill.
We have 90 viewers now. Like,
Yeah.
okay.
Alright.
Back to it.
What's going on?
extra reality.
I'm asking this amazing young halfling if she knows anything about Phoenix petals.
No, I really don't.
Have you seen anything weird or off either here in the temple recently or even around town?
No.
All right. Well, thank you. Anybody else?
You know anything about other religions? And I kind of point to Merxus doing like shady stuff, like running around at night in like cloaks and like, you know, trying to assassinate people or steal things.
Yeah, have you ever
Well,
seen Assassins?
No, not around here. Our fights are mostly one-on-one and right in front of one another.
I can
As
respect
far
that.
as the Ingiba, they are more of a just charitable organization, but I'm not sure why they're everywhere.
Would you
Say that.
say that they are a legitimate charitable organization?
I mean, they collect arms for the poor, so to speak, but
Like,
I'm not sure of their ongoings.
they rip people's arms off.
One could say that they certainly rip people off.
What do you mean by that?
Well, they I forgot I was a part of this. They seem to collect a lot of donations, but never really seem to do much else. At least that's my opinion.
They would want to collect goods that are even worth a lot of money that they'd be able to like sell for their own profit.
Well, I mean, possibly. What you're talking about is on the edge of, well, treasonous talk. And she gets kind of nervous. Make a history check,
She's
Narnip.
Truth.
Yeah, she's trying to-
Narningle
His name is my name too.
Wherever they go out.
Rolled a 12.
You've heard tell about the Ingiba and how they've come to their position in the world. That they used a fair amount of their coin to assist the Majocracy to power. With the 12, that's all you like. So like one could assume that might be why they are kind of everywhere, is because now that the Majocracy is in power of Tyrion, what now is Tyrion, maybe, may kind of be linked to that in some way.
Share this information with the rest of the team so that everybody's on the same page.
Interesting.
Guys, I have an idea here.
What's
I think I don't know why these people would lie to us. I don't think they were involved.
They also
What
are
if-
in a zone of truth right now.
Also, they can't lie to us. Yes. What
That's
if?
mostly why he thinks that they won't.
What if we, Narnip? You know all the parts of this town. What if we found someone who might be willing to just this? These petals are out there. They're very valuable. Only if you can sell them. What
So
if we? Good.
I think that shop is probably the only place in this town, that would be able to take them. But I wonder if we went up to and explored some of the shops up in the floating islands, if we might be able to find these stolen petals.
Or we could
Yeah,
go to
I
the
was
port city of
thinking.
Al Baba.
Well, here's. I think both of those are good options. But I think what we could do is if we had someone who was, I don't know, able to say change how they look, we could have someone interested in. I mean, the only way to make money is to sell them. So what if we had an interested buyer that wasn't the shop, that was perhaps someone we know that can disguise themselves, and we lure the thief into a trap where then we can then kill them.
Yes.
How would we put that information out there that we're like an interested buyer?
Well, we could have this disguised figure go to one of these seedy parts of town.
I have a.
Surely, you know.
I have.
Wearing a trench coat.
I have one small question.
I have some Phoenix
Want
petals.
to buy some Phoenix petals?
Yes, Janitor.
I have some questions, Master of the Custodial Arts, to you, sir. Narnep, are you familiar with the thieves' cants? Thieves' cant?
Why do you ask?
I've just heard rumors that thieves belong to this mysterious group of thieves that can only understand how they talk, but it takes a little bit longer, and you can also write messages. So what if we were to, if you knew anything about it, or if anybody else does, besides more than just me and these rumors, perhaps we could put something up on the message board and wait a couple days and see what happens.
This can is just a blog.
Well, like, you could put up a note, like, on the board that says, like, to a non-thief, it would be like, oh, hey, this message doesn't mean anything to me, but then to a thief, it'd be like, oh, yeah, there's 4 motherfuckers looking for some Phoenix petals. I happen to have some Phoenix petals. That's strange. Maybe I can make some cash off of these suckers.
Like shorthand. Like only a few people can understand that.
And
right?
I think the way that the mechanic is built into the game is through the Thieves' Cant mechanic, which is like it takes twice as long or 3 times as long to like get your point across. But as long as you can take that time to like, and maybe it can be warped into writing, I'm not exactly sure. That'd be a question for that guy over there.
Is that where I am?
You're right here.
You're here.
Yeah, on Roll for Revelry on Twitch. What up? We're also on Twitter, no big deal.
Hashtag.
Shout out to a couple other names that we've recognized over the last couple weeks. Commander Root and I think Spars was another one. So that's cool. Appreciate y'all. And yeah. So is that yeah.
That depends, I guess, on like how that information might be received by certain members of this team.
Well, I to certain members of the to that team, I would say that they the ends justify the means. I learned that from my favorite cat writer, Miaucavelli. It was all a setup to make a Miaucavelli joke.
And then you paused.
Paused? My cat paused.
Yeah. All right. Cat jokes aside.
That said,
Am I hearing this conversation, or are you guys having this?
no, like I'm trying to be
Well,
secretive, but I'm
talking to
not
Gina.
secretive, so I'm just like,
Yeah.
I just like butted into y'all's conversation since we're like right next to each other. You know, and I'm
Narnip, are you a thief?
Muriel's like, can I go?
Yes. Thank you so much for all of your time.
She
Or
resumes her duties.
Narnip, are you a thief?
Not currently, no.
Recall, you are in the circle of truth.
Certainly. Interesting.
We all are.
Not currently a
Aww.
thief.
Interesting.
I would say though, 3 minutes has passed and it's probably faded.
Sorry, that's I. It takes me a while to get the point across, kind of like some thieves might be able to.
The
There are
thing
some
is,
things in my past that I am not proud of, and I'm trying to make right. I am not currently a thief. And whether or not I know the thieves can't depends on my safety if I do or do not know the thieves can't.
Very cryptic. I will protect you, and I my claws out when I say that. I'll protect you.
So I know some of us have some very strong feelings about thieves.
Marxist, it's honorable, but you cannot protect her if you wanted to. Narnip, you need no protection. As long as you're not currently stealing and you're being honest right now, I see no reason why knowing something from your past should be held against you.
Wait, but then wouldn't that mean like anybody that does a crime, if they wait 45 seconds, would be able to get away with the crime?
Depends on what the statute of limitations are, Marxist.
Oh, I love a good statue.
Marxist, are you implying that Narnip did a crime 45 seconds ago? Because that would be in my
No.
presence.
I did not.
Oh, it's Circle's zone of truth. Still not there, but it's zone of truth. You know? Is that... Oh my god. Did we just have a moment? Are we AJ in the zone of truth? Is that our... No, that doesn't make sense. Nobody knows who AJ is.
What's going on? What's happening?
Yeah, I got lost in.
Okay.
We'll
So
backtrack.
Never
yes,
mind.
I know the thieves can't. Can I can write and thieves can't too, right? Dungeon Master?
I don't know. What does thieves can't look like to you? I mean, we can have that conversation at a later date, but can you write in thieves can't?
Yeah, because thieves can't is just coded words.
Language of some sort.
Yeah, it's like double talk. So
Okay.
um,
So would there be some kind of like symbols or like letters that are like encoded encryption?
there are words that mean things different things to folks within the Thieves Guild than folks that are not in the Thieves Guild.
Okay.
that only Thieves Guild would understand. It's not
So if I wrote this message and we put it on the message board, how would folks get in contact with us if they did have goods that they were trying to sell us?
Well, you would put that in the message to meet
What
us.
do you want me to put in the message, Mercis?
meeting place at a certain time.
Yeah. Maybe they can meet us here, because it doesn't look like they got a whole lot going on. Could use some butts and seats, I guess. Looks like.
I mean, they are moving chairs around.
Old timer, and I yell over to the old cord worshipping man.
Yes.
Can we use your temple as a sting location to set up these thieves?
I would very much not like thieves here.
They will cause no damage, and I will shake all the coin from their pockets into your fountain.
I mean, that would be appreciated, but I would also appreciate you finding another location. We've really been a part of this more than we need to be.
Okay. He said no.
Yeah, or, well, I guess I wasn't part of that. Never mind. But did you offer him a bunch of coins?
Oh yeah.
Damn, that usually works. Um, what if we set up a trap? Y'all, it's maybe set up an Angiba at the Angiba where we're going. The other we could set up a trap there, and well, you could, but I couldn't. But you could, but
Do we trust the Angiba?
No.
not me.
Why?
No. So it seems like a bad trap idea.
Okay,
What about if we use the one of the rooms at your friend's bar? Narnip.
Yeah, I think he'd be agreeable to that.
Do you
Why do
think
we
you
even
give
have
a
to ask the question? We don't need to ask. We can just set it up.
Mm. We're doing a sting. I feel like the honor
Orla!
would be for it to know.
Am I detecting a little hint of chaos in your style, Orla? Don't tell me that this rogue is rubbing off on you.
Maybe.
But that's a good idea. It was not a super great people, just not great accommodations, I think is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah. I mean, we can always just like have it be like down the street or, in front of a business. So we're not necessarily imposing on somebody else's property.
I do imagine if this goes sideways and we are required to kill this person, on the road is not the best place.
You're always about killing.
I mean,
You
we're talking black and white. If this person is dishonorable and is bringing negative harm to individuals by stealing things from them and causing them pain, what other option do we have but to rid them?
Like I said, always two sides of the story.
Oh, we will hear them out. But if they are dishonorable,
All right.
Are you saying that thieves can't be honorable?
no, I'm
Right.
saying they can.
Oh, and I kind of like look around like he didn't, he doesn't get it, or I wasn't funny, or I. So, trap. Do we set up trap? Trap?
Are we writing
Maybe we
a
have to meet
note
up.
to put on the board?
Maybe that we have them meet us out by that little roadside market outside of town.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
And then we all just rotate through the market. Like each of us get 6-hour shifts.
We'll be, I think we should just be like set up in areas.
Are we going to be merchants?
We can open a merchant table.
Are we? We are going undercover.
Yes.
This
I
is
love
acceptable.
I like that plan. I like that plan.
All right. So we set up a table. We tell them to meet us at the market, and we tell them that there's a code word that they have to say that sets them apart. So we know who that they are.
Yes, I agree. A code word code. I suppose we shouldn't just set it as password, right?
1, 2, 3.
I feel like that'd be weird for
Should
someone.
have them say, "I'm looking for some pumpernickel bread."
This pumpernickel bread? Braided loaf! We can have them say braided loaf!
I love it.
Perfect.
Perfect. Now we all have to just figure out how to get a table and how to get a spot at the market.
Let's talk to Mario. See what she knows about the market, and then we can go. It's a talk. I'd like to see the manager.
Sure.
I say we try that, and if that doesn't work, we just go to the market and tell someone we'll buy all the goods at their table if they leave the table and let us stand there for a few hours.
Okay, that works. That's much better, faster idea.
Then I'll just buy another euro and feed it to Oki.
Oh, the old okey doke. So,
All right.
so we should
So-
just.
I'm going to turn to Narnip and say, okay, this is what you should write.
Okay.
Interested, or wait, hang on. Let's start this again.
One word in.
Does anybody have whiteout?
All right. We want to do, or we want to say, interested buyers only. And then we want to say, Phoenix petals available. Meet at market. Look for dragon. Word, braided loaf.
Phoenix petals available or looking for Phoenix petals?
Or Phoenix petals available? Question mark.
I'm gonna put it in the thieves' cant so that they know that we are looking to buy,
Got it.
and only thieves would know. So,
Yeah.
like, just regular people won't be able to look at that and know what we're looking for.
Right.
Got it.
Good idea. Oh, I see. Okay. I thought that we were trying to find the person who wanted to purchase these things, but I understand now. We're trying to find the person that stole them.
What if we tried to do both and we said that we have some and that we're also looking, like, we're looking to gain more, but
It's
we
our
have
business.
goods available?
We buy and sell petals from different birds.
I got it. Don't worry about the like specific language. I know what we're trying to do. I got this note.
You're the pro. You're so good at wrapping
Covers
breads.
all of our bases.
Where do we post this?
At
Where do you
the
communicate?
jobs board. At the cork board. In the bar where your friends work.
Mm-hmm. And probably that one would be good because it is close to the area where the heist happened.
Can I ask a question? Are we more interested in like the Phoenix petals than we are in the assassins that were trying to kill Narcissus and this braided bread loaf that ties in with like Kata's religion?
What if we-
ties in with Kata's religion?
Yeah, it was
Right,
yeah.
very
because,
similar
like,
to the
the braided
logo
loaf.
that he put on the
Oh yeah, I
criminal.
forgot about that.
The
What
brand.
if we tell them to meet us at the market in like 3 days or something? And in the meantime, that gives time for word to get out. Then we're not just sitting at the market for no reason. And then we can run up to the Angiba
Mhm.
or wherever, go down the street,
So
and then come back.
so we should
I like that idea.
we should say like maybe in the letter, see you next Tuesday kind of thing. Wait.
Sunday, maybe.
But at the next farmer's market, which
Yeah.
is 4 days from now.
Love it.
Yep.
Okay. So now we're gonna switch gears. I turn to Marxus and I say, show us where you got this loaf of bread, sir.
Oh, yeah. I got very in Giba, sorry. We need to go to the Ingiba monastery. And when I say we, I mean y'all, because I can't, they try to murder me. And y'all go in and say, hey, we murdered him, and we're here for our reward. What was up with those other people that were there to kill him? And then come back and let me know.
Or we send someone in a disguise. I think we talked about this before.
That's much
It's
better.
a good plan. With the bread of loaf. Oh, the loaf of bread. And they said that they dropped it. They found it on the ground, right? And
Yep.
then we tell them that we saw this tabaxi drop it because he was being shot at by arrows by assassins.
And
And see how they react.
I hand you one of my barrel stave darts, and I say, in case they don't believe it, you found this there too. Implying that, like, oh, he's dead, so here's one of his darts.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna stay here, and I will rake, and I will rake, and I will rake some more. And if they need to fight, then I will rake afterwards.
All right. Let me see if I have a disguise kit.
With a disguise kit, can she Narnip disguise other people? Or other characters?
I have one.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Just
I don't
Okay,
have a disguise kit. It's a spell for me.
oh yeah, disguise self.
No.
I will not wear a disguise.
Walks in like, what up?
Okay. What should I disguise myself as?
A Giba
What-
monk.
What's the plan?
We're gonna disguise ourselves, go into the temple of Ingiba, say we saw this tabaxi monk, Ingiba monk, being chased by assassins, and he dropped this loaf of bread and then he died.
Yeah, dead as a doornail. And not one of those magical doornails either.
All right. Okay. Well, okay, you think I should disguise myself as an Ingiba?
I think you and I should disguise ourselves as Nagiba monks and say that Kata is our bodyguard and be like, we were traveling into town and we saw this tabaxi monk running and being shot at and dropped this loaf, and we picked it up and decided to bring it here, or saw this package because we don't know it's a loaf of bread because we wrapped it back up.
Oh, it's a loaf of bread.
We dropped this package and we don't know where this down street is because we're unfamiliar with the area, and we thought we would bring it to
RTS.
the
Couldn't find the address, so return to
recognize his
sender.
robes. Yes. Return to sender. Oh. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna. Nah, I'm an Angiva monk.
It's your disguise kit. Are you proficiency in disguise? Is that a thing?
I have a very high performance, so I think so. Let's see.
I think so, Johnny.
My performance is +10.
Holy cow.
Where will it say if I am proficient in it?
Should say on your first page. Or
Yeah, on the
Going
bottom
down on the left.
left on your first page, proficiencies,
Yeah.
then tools.
It's not even.
Or,
don't
unless
have-
it's not a tool or something, it's probably a
It doesn't
tool.
say I'm proficient. Oh, I'm proficient in thieves' tools.
so you're not proficient.
No, but I have one.
No, but you gotta
What do I gotta do?
make it. You gotta like disguise yourself with it. It'll be determining how well and how effective you are
Well, how do I do that?
Disguised. You're gonna roll a d20,
Fuck.
and you are going to add your.
Oh no.
Yeah, I know, me either.
Could I give her advantage on that? Being an Angiba monk, I can like talk her through like how we dress and everything, and like how to carry ourselves, and like I could even explain to you who the like leaders of the temple are, and you could like not even show up with the bread. You could just be like, "Hey, we're here from insert city here. We're here to see Tolkien. We got some business. Why did you send assassins out on one of your boys?" Could be an option. But I don't know if that like would
That
be.
seems like a pretty direct play, which usually I'm all about, but I don't
Yeah,
think would be
I hear you on
fruitful.
that one. So,
What?
yeah,
I'm ready.
Roll a d20 with advantage.
Thank God.
a 1 and a 4. Here we go. We've had good luck so
2
far
and a
today,
5.
so at least I
And
guess I'm speaking
what
for
am
myself.
Is there any proficiency bonuses that I can put onto this?
No, because you're not proficient.
Oh, okay. I'm
But
saying
you're going to put your. Oh yeah. You mean skill bonuses?
yes.
I would say you start to create a disguise.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Is that what I growing for?
roll a deception check.
All right.
So your 20, whatever you rolled with your advantage,
Hell yeah.
plus your deception.
18.
Okay.
I'm very high in deception, by the way.
Seems
So
like
you-
very high in disguise.
Yes.
So you've created what you believe to be. What are you doing? What are you changing to your appearance?
I am going to. Okay, quick question, Marxus. Is there any female Inkiba monks?
Tons. How do you think we get more?
How what?
He said tons. How do you think we get more?
I don't know. You coerce them? I'm not sure.
Jesus
Gross.
Christ.
No, it's their own choice. You rapist.
What?
What?
No, I'm not saying you have to be born into it.
Okay.
Maybe it's Maybelline. Like, I'm not sure.
Maybe it's like a
Maybe
foundling.
it's a choice.
Yep. Sorry, that I'm having some flashbacks and my tail is like twitching out of control. Down street, and we are peaceful. We dress normally. There's not anything too crazy. You just need to wear the colors and act like this a little bit of the time. That's pretty much it. And be ready to tut if you ever need to. And watch out for Tolkien. And if you see Patty McMasters, tell him I'm not really dead and I still love making beer. Or brews.
Sure?
Yes.
We're not going to tell anybody you're not really dead. We have no idea who is trying to do this to you.
Good point. Just, if you could, maybe thieves can't. Your way into, he'll know. He's had enough contact with nefarious types. No offense, nefarious type, but he'll know. He'll know. He can't read or write it, but he'll know.
One thing I am going to do is just kind of like run my hands through my hair and make it look like even, because I've got like shaved part of my hair. It's like pretty like rebel-esque, like rock star. So I'm going to kind of like even it out to where it looks a little bit more appropriate for being a monk.
Okay. So you still look like yourself.
I'm still gnome.
You're still you, but you've been Ngibified.
Yes.
Okay. That's what I want. That was the gist of it, and how like I didn't know if you were trying to put on like a fake nose,
No.
or dress up as another species.
No.
Yeah, all right.
No, I just changed my hair. So I put a wig on.
And I misspoke. Tolgan is nice. Paddy McMasterson. No. Watch out for him. He's one sent with bread.
Marxus, let's be clear about this. We're not going to tell anybody you're alive. We're going to stick with our plan so we don't end up fighting inside the temple. That is you can't remember which one's good or bad.
Yeah, well,
Leads me to believe that we're not going to tell any of them anything except for, here's the bread, where does it go?
I don't think it's wizard talk when I say how alcohol works, but yes, I agree with you. I'm just trying to tell you I now have an epiphany due to a possible sending stone experiment, and I know that Tolgan is my brewmaster friend, and Paddy McMasterson is a rude boy. Just watch out. He leads the temple, and he'll be the one that you'll want to speak with the most. He sent me here with the bread, and my brain works weird. Just saying. Best of luck, and I go back to raking.
all right. So let's get on with the show. And
Okay, so as you split the party,
who all is going?
Is
I'm
there a
gonna
vehicle?
disguise myself again.
And
Is there any
then,
vehicles we could borrow?
do we need a vehicle?
Just get us there faster. Old timer, and I yell over to the old guy.
yes.
You guys have a vehicle I can borrow? I'll pay you for it.
Well, we have no vehicles. Sorry, we just reside here. There may be horses you can rent or borrow or nearby. I'm not sure. I'm sure there is a stable on the outskirts of the district for those that want to travel outside of the city.
Okay, thanks.
No problem.
Okay, so how far away is this place?
I would say that you guys ask Merxis this before you leave, and you find out that it is it's on the outside of town, but to the northwest. You guys are currently in the southeast of town. That said, AJ has shared a map with Gina so that you know the layout of the town, but you guys currently, as Narnet, don't have a map of town. So if you were to look at that map, you would see that it's on the out. I mean, you'd have to go through 2 districts and walk through the city wall. I would say it's probably 10 miles away, 5 miles away.
Oh, that's not bad. I think we should just get to walking.
Let's go.
But since we still don't technically know where it's at, we will have to ask for directions. Well,
he told you guys.
He told us. Okay. All right. So we head north.
Yep. So as you guys head out, you see you head northwest out of Priest's Valley, and you reach what is a park, and it's like meant to be like the greenery from the outside to be represented in the middle of Bryn. So it's kind of like this Central Park aspect of it, where you see this awesome park. There's benches, there's things to do, there's that kind of stuff. And off to the west of the park, you see a internal wall that guards not only some buildings that you would assume is the Calda and the government, but also that houses the enormous chain that is in the center of the city that is attached to one of the floating islands above. Just on the outside of this chain and inside this internal wall, there's several gondolas that kind of cart people up and down along the chain.
That's cool.
And that's how you would imagine you would get to
The floating.
the floating island. Narnip has known this, and you're well aware of this kind of stuff. You guys head over through the park. You head to the North District. The North District is kind of like, it's nice. It's nice. It's significantly nicer than the Priest Valley where you guys were at before. There's upper scale markets. There's nicer taverns. A lot of the shops do have written signs on them. And then you come to the wall of the city, and you enter what is called the Winter District. And it's called the Winter District because there seems to be this powder of all around the ground, and it looks as if it's always just presently snowed. And if you look around, you see a handful of individuals that are probably now it's late afternoon, probably now returning from the mines to the north. And as they're walking around, they're kicking up what is like mineral dust from whatever they were mining. And it like has a small haze about knee high and below that is just kind of like covered the area. And they call it the Winter District because of just that, because it looks almost like snow just fell despite it not being winter. You guys continue through the Winter District, and there's a river that runs east to west, at least from as you approach it, and then it kind of this is the same river you guys have crossed to get to Bryn, so it's kind of on the river, and this river kind of curls around the city being right here, and there's a bridge you guys cross, and you enter what is the last little bit's called Red Grove. It's just really like a series of a few taverns. It's like in Breath of the Wild when you walk up and there's just like a random tavern for you to like resupply at. It seems like more of a traveler stop kind of mentality. And just outside of that area, you see a road traveling up to what is the Temple Karis on the northwestern side of town, probably about 500, 200, 400 meters further beyond Red Grove. You see this winding road that kind of winds up to a hill, and you see Temple Karis, a beautiful walled temple, and it's pretty. There's as you guys approach, you notice that there's slight gilding along the top of the city wall. There's not city wall, but temple wall. There's a gilded dome in the middle that kind of rises up. That is very kind of Tsar Russian-esque. And you guys eventually approach the walled city or walled temple. I keep saying city. I'm sorry. Walled temple. What would you like to do?
So is it like guarded? Is it fenced in? Is it like, is there an easy access to be able to just like walk up and?
It seems like there's an open archway that is more than welcoming.
Okay. So I'm just gonna say to my friends, like, just gonna go over things. All right. So let's run through this real quickly before we just jump in. Who is speaking first?
Not me.
You should speak first because you're the most charming.
Okay. So I can talk first. What I'm going to say is, we are traveling from where? First, what I'm going to say is, we are traveling
We were coming from the south.
where? Okay. First, what
Does
I'm going to
anyone
say
know of
is, name of a town in the south?
Nope.
We'll say that you would have asked. You would have asked Merxus.
Yeah.
Merxus, can you hear us? Can you give me a name of even if you text it to me, can you give me a name of a city that the Ngiba would have presence in to the south?
I will.
So as he's doing that and relaying this information to you guys, what else would you like to talk about?
So I'm going to say we came from this town that we are figuring out. And then I'm going to tell them that as we had entered the city and we were on our way to the temple here to visit and meet their acquaintance, we noticed a tabaxi monk with the same kind of robes that we are wearing now. Being chased down by assassins with this package. He dropped the package, and unfortunately, he did not survive. Here's the proof. And I hold up that little arrow that he gave me.
Are you still planning, or did you do that?
Oh, no, I'm just talking this over.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just going over the game plan. I know that was so good. I wish I would have just walked in there and said it just like that.
Sounds great. I think
To be clear, you're going to want to make sure I'm not talking.
Ooh.
I will not lie.
Right. You are our bodyguard for our travels. That's who you are.
I am not.
Well, if you want to get the information, you're going to be today.
I will not stop you from saying such things.
what would
I
you
will not lie.
prefer us to say?
You're undercover anyways. All right. You just be quiet and just stay there.
But this whole thing is a lie. Why are you upset about this part of the lie?
I am not lying. Bad things happen around me all the time. I will not partake in them and bring myself down to that standard.
All right. What's this
I'm
town?
telling you
thing?
now, so we don't get caught by surprise.
Oh,
The town's name is Derry. Derry.
Derriere.
It's just a small fishing village with a little bit of a religious background.
Okay.
Londonderry in Ireland?
Like yes, the Derry area of.
So do we have
All
to
right.
talk with like Irish accents?
That would determine if you could just be like, no, we're just from there, but right now we're from there, but like we were born wherever our accents dictate. Clearly,
Perfect. Okay. So, are we ready? There you go. So I walk my way through the archway and up to the door. And does it seem just inviting enough for me to walk right in?
Yeah, the arches do not have doors on them, actually.
Oh, so it's the arches right directly into the temple.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's the arches of the wall, and it seems like as you walk through, there are doors on the other side, but they seem to be always open because it's a religious institution. You'd really kind of feel a little bit more comfortable if that was the case, and not certainly like shut off from the world.
Sure. Okay, so I walk in, and I'm holding it slow. I'm fitting in real well, I feel. And I'm looking around. Do I see anybody that is right by us?
There are some individuals that kind of greet you as you walk up. As you walk in, there is this large center area, and you see a handful of monks that are kind of like gridded out in an array that seem to be practicing some kind of prayer, meditation, kind of Tai Chi movement kind of thing going on. But yeah, there are some individuals that catch your eye and they approach you. And they say, "Oh, how may we help you?"
Hello. Yes, so we are Ingiba monks that are traveling from the town of Derry, just south of here. We just wanted to come here to meet you, since we do live so close, and we want to extend our gratitude as being fellow Ingiba monks. But on our way here, as we got into town, we saw what we believe one of yours carrying this package. He was being chased down by what it seems like hooded assassins, and he happened to drop this package, which seems important to me. But unfortunately, he didn't make it. So we also come bearing very sad news. Hold up this package along with the arrow.
Oh, well, thank you. And they're kind of make a performance check.
+10, so 27.
So they say, "Oh, well, that's tragic news. We will see to the delivery of the package if we may."
Oh, that's great. We'd be happy to deliver the package. We actually were trying to find the address on the way here and really couldn't find it down street.
Down street. Oh, that's strange.
That's what it says.
They kind of grab the package from you and they look at it and they kind of look it over. And they look at it and they say, "Oh, well, there must have been a miscommunication of some sort. As you know, we reuse a lot of our goods, and this parcel has been wrapped in packaging that was meant for another city, but resides obviously here with us at this moment. It's such a shame that the confusion would cause a death. Who do you say was the delivery man?
He
There's a
looks
better
like
word for that, but I got nothing right now.
He was a tabaxi fella.
Oh, that's a shame. Well,
Was he part of your community here?
yes, we have only had one tabaxi here. His name's Merxus. He was Tulgan's boy. Tulgan is our brewer. He'll be at a heartfelt loss. It's truly a shame. Unfortunately, he was kind of always a mishap of some sort and never really amounted to much else other than his brewing. That's why we always sent him on simple tasks as delivery and drop this off, and then he'd brew for us as well. But
For somebody, it's a religious focus yourself and myself too. That's a shame that you find that there was no greater purpose in somebody than just being a delivery person.
well, as you know, as we all know, the Ingiba have a handful of jobs, and all the jobs need to be done. his training was left wanting, and there, as I said, there are jobs that need to be done. So why not fill them with those that cannot achieve the levels that others can?
And what kind of achievements are these other higher levels that you're talking about?
Well, as you can see, there's a handful of individuals, and he kind of looks off to the left, and they seem to be, more than capable. And there's a series, and like I said, there's an array of probably about 25, like a 5x5 array being led by one individual, and they're all going through like martial arts motions, but it's also like a very sense of like meditation and tranquility
Like
as
Tai
they're
Chi.
doing it, kind of like Tai Chi, yeah. And you see him saying, Mixus was not necessarily a dexterous and skilled individual, and had a hard time achieving the simplest of combative moves. And as you say that, another monk walks up and he goes, "Mixus, you dare speak of the Lecco?"
The Lecco? What does that mean?
Oh, what languages do you speak?
Common and Gnomish. So I don't.
Doesn't mean much to you.
Do
Why
I
ask?
understand
What
it
does that
in
mean?
Draconic or Giant?
I'm afraid it's a adolescence term for Merxus. It was a teasing name. And he looks over to him. He goes, "Brother Merxus has fallen." And you see kind of the demeanor change on the other monk's face. And he kind of bows his head and doesn't say anything.
Where can we find this Tolgan?
Ah, Tolgan. He is he's actually in the brewery as of right now. I'd be happy to show you if you'd like.
Please. And what is your name, if I may ask? So
My name is Edmund.
thank you, Edmund. We would love to be able to see Tolkien.
As we're walking, I just want to like whisper to these two and be like, "Hey, do we think they might know who wanted to kill him, or why they're not concerned at all that somebody was trying to murder an Angiba? Like, isn't that weird? They just were like, oh no, he died."
Yeah. And I'm just gonna kind of like shake my head, like turn and I'm like,
Yeah.
So they take you down, and as you kind of head down further into the temple, you head down into what is the like mess hall, and it kind of has on the back wall that seems to be like a cafeteria style, almost like summer camp slash school cafeteria slash like prison kind of like.
Jesus.
I mean, you get what I mean.
Yes,
though. Like
we
a series
do.
of tables
Like how
in one
this-
area
yeah.
where all the food comes from.
Yes.
And then off to the left of that, you see a door. They open it back up, and there is a slick stone staircase heading spiraling down. And at the bottom of that staircase, you see a large gray like a large figure with Ngiba robes and a hood up, leaning over what is a steaming cauldron kettle pot kind of thing with his back turned to you. Brother Tulgan, these individuals have news of Merxus. And as he turns around, you see, Merxus? Where's he been? We need him here. and he turns around and you see a like a 7 foot 7.5 apparently is what I say in English, 7.5 foot ogre with grayish skin, and he has what looks like to be like a friar tuck, but it's kind of growing in the top, so it's almost as if he's shaved it accordingly to that, to kind of fit in as he puts his head down. He's got one tusk that's kind of sticking out, and the other one's broken off. And he's like, what news is my apprentice?
Tolkien, I'm so sorry to bring this news, but unfortunately, your brother Marxus has fallen. We believe that there were some assassins that were behind this. We saw hooded figures that were shooting arrows at him.
Well, that's too bad.
Too bad. I'm sorry.
He starts like nods his head
Looking
down.
over. I'm very sorry to have to deliver this news. Was he a friend of yours? I know he was your apprentice, and
Yes. He was originally sent to help me in my custodial work, but soon became a very natural and capable brewer. Would brew a beer as well as myself. I actually had a handful of recipes I'd like to pass his way, but unfortunately he's no longer.
was there anything odd in any way that he was acting odd recently, or?
Well, he's was unfortunately designated to another department, so to speak, as a courier for Masterson.
And when did this transition happen?
Oh, about a few weeks ago.
Was he pretty successful at his new job?
Well, it's taking things from one place to another, and he seemed more capable in his brewing, but we've all got jobs to do and needs to fill.
Is Edmund still behind us or by us?
Yeah, he's going to be escorting you throughout the building.
Edmund, so Marxus was moved from his brewing position to being a carrier.
Yes, well, as Brother Tolgan has said, we all have needs to fill, and jobs to do, and we often rotate out these types of tasks so that one is not left with too much of the same, and we can all share duties.
What kind of things does McMasterson deliver?
Who are you asking? Edmund?
I'm gonna ask Tolgan.
Well, I do not know. These are probably things that you'd have to ask him yourself. I'm often left down here in my brewery to do what I do. He looks down somberly. He's it's like a little heartfelt. It hurts.
I'm gonna whisper to Tolgan so Edward doesn't hear. What's your opinion of McMasterson?
Make a stealth check.
It's pretty selfish.
I'm very sneaky.
Snake.
Sneaky.
I'm a snake.
14.
As you whisper, Edmund notices you're whispering, but doesn't hear what you whisper. And he kind of clears his throat. And Tolgan doesn't answer. But you're confident that he heard you. As the throat clears, he looks over up to Edmund.
Sorry, I was asking him what the secret ingredient is in this batch, because I know he makes each batch a little different and a little bit more delicious. So I was just asking him about this batch here.
Tolgan answers. He goes, "Well, as you know, I can't share that kind of secret ingredient, but I will tell you it's not necessarily good for you in a lot of that sense."
It's one of those ingredients that like appears as one thing, but is actually something else.
There are certain traits to it that are ever changing.
Okay. Well, we're very sorry to have to deliver this news. We were making another stop. And we know that it's late, so we don't want to be too opposing on you. I think that we need to be making our way back. But if you'd like, we're staying at this place right down the street. We'd be happy to deliver this package for you.
Who are you talking to?
Edmund.
Okay. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Edmund goes, no, by all means, we'd be happy to take care of it.
We have our duties to fill as well, Edmund.
Yes, and you've traveled so far. We really appreciate what you've done and are happy to have everything that you've been able to help us with. Please go on with your duties within the Anchor of Bryn, and if you'd like, we can send Edmund, or I can send someone with you to escort you through the city so that you can find what you mean, but we must get this address situation sorted out. I'm not even really sure where the correct address is. As I said, we were just reusing products, and it seems to be a miscommunication of sort.
Absolutely understandable. We are only human.
Well,
We don't need I don't feel that we need an escort, though. We do have our own escort here as well, so and we feel very safe within these city limits.
all right. So, what would you guys like to do? What do you?
I say I feel like we need to. We want to. I mean, McMaster's is obviously a interesting suspect here, but also like, where's this package going? Maybe we can like track the new courier when they leave with it.
That's what I was thinking. Ah, shit.
Where are you guys having this conversation?
We're whispering it to each other, or we're outside already.
You guys left?
Yeah,
Okay.
We left. Just we're kind of like debriefing so no one can hear us. So we're outside of the doors.
Alright.
I'm like, guys, that was super weird. Don't you think so? And
Yeah,
then
what was all this talk about beer ingredients? I thought we were here to find
yeah.
secrets.
Can I do a perception check to see if I notice that there's anybody that followed us out,
Yeah.
or if there's anybody that
Roll a
needs
perception
to
check.
be around and listening to us?
Roll it on the rolling tray, not straight popping out of it.
16.
You do not see anybody. And I'll tell you this much: your performance check was pretty high.
Mm-hmm.
to the point where they probably believed that you were in fact Ngiba, and that you guys really didn't do anything aside from whispering about the ingredient at one point. Anything suspicious?
Okay, so they wouldn't send anybody.
Yeah, I don't think so.
With us. Okay. Cool. But definitely they're up to something, because if they weren't being malicious, they would have been happy to give us that package, as we were very convincing that we were Ngibas ourselves. I think it was a setup.
I do too. Kata, I wasn't asking him about beer ingredients. I asked him about McMasterson, and then we were kind of like talking in code about the beer ingredients not necessarily being what they say that they are, but actually appearing to be one thing and being something more nefarious and not so good. So McMasterson is not who he seems to be.
Why did the brewer not just say that?
Because I think Edmund is trying to keep the Nagiba secrets, and the brewer probably did not want to be kind of on their radar as revealing the Nagiba secrets to other folks, or like being the whistleblower, if you will.
Well, especially since it seems like Marxus was killed by these people. He possibly thought that he may have been in danger himself. I'm sure he was protecting himself.
Mm-hmm.
I will say I do not know much about the Ngiba, but I do know that Marxist does not seem like the rest of the Ngiba, and historically, the Ngiba are not to be trusted.
Yeah. Well, that seems true. I just found it so weird that these people are so religious yet so rude.
The Ngiba are less religious than they are money and power hungry. Reading of the text will show that they use their tax-free status as a way to acquire wealth and power.
That's too bad. Okay. Well, I think we go back to Marxus. Tell him what happened.
Should we wait and follow the package, or should we just let that go?
No, that's definitely a better idea. So where should we wait? Is there...
Right here is good.
Can I do an investigation check to see if there's like anything to hide behind, like any brush, shrubbery?
Roll a perception check.
13.
Despite there being rolling hills, there's a handful of trees and shrubbery around. There's kind of like blotched out, so there's like a small patch of wooded area, and then occasionally every now and then, so you could see, you could find a vantage point to see if anybody's leaving.
Is the front entrance the only way to enter in and out of this temple?
To your knowledge, yeah. It's the only entrance and exit that you're familiar with.
Should we check around the back to see if there is possibly, because I would assume that somebody's not just going to waltz out the front door. It's no good.
One other thought is there might not be an actual delivery if this was indeed a setup. So if they sent him out intending for there to be no delivery, it might have been to get him out there.
I agree. All right. Should we still wait though? Check around back. See if there's anything suspicious there. No.
What if we wait? Where do you think the brewer? What does he do in his free time? Do you think he leaves the temple?
I don't know. I'm sure just like the other temple we were just at for Cord, like they had their own living quarters in there. I'm assuming it would be the exact same way at this one.
Do we think we need to talk to the brewmaster or the McMaster's fellow more? Or at all?
Masters at all that we know of. We've talked to Edmund and Tulgin, he is the brewmaster. I think I'm going to check around back to see if there's like another entranceway or if there's like maybe like an Angiba outside for a smoke. You never know.
Because you have to step 25 feet outside of the temple to have a cigarette.
Or it's just like frowned upon, you know what I mean? The body is a temple, so like,
The temple is a temple.
So
We need to take one of the Nagiba, like Edmund, kind of a little bit away from the temple for a little bit of extra questioning.
yeah. Well, maybe not Edmund, Tulgin. I don't think Edmund would say really any more than he is not necessarily allowed to say, but that would something that would incriminate, you know. I don't know.
Edmund knows stuff. Tolkien knows stuff too.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna go around back. Check it out. Doop, 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 doop,
Oh,
doop,
make a perception check.
Okay. Oh. I'm rolling so well. 4.
At one point, you notice a flourish, a flush of butterflies in the field next to you, and as you kind of bring your attention back around, you loop back around the other way, but the same way you came, and you're like, oh, I guess there's not a back entrance.
Great. Anyone else want to give it a go? Because I didn't do very well. No? Okay. So what should we do? Should we wait? Should we go back to Marxus and talk to him?
What's the plan? What's everybody doing?
I don't think they're going to deliver this package because they were.
Yeah.
I agree that with Kata that it was probably just like a setup to get Merxus out, and I think Merxus probably like knows something that he doesn't know is important, and maybe that's why they were trying to get rid of him.
That's my guess too.
As
He saw something. Yeah.
Was like a chronic drunk. He definitely knows many things he does not know he knows.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe what we need to do is force him to sober up for a bit.
We do that.
Dry him out, so to speak.
Do we take away his little flasky flask?
No, he's hammered in the sandbox right now.
All right. Well, then let's go dry him out.
I think we still have some time before the market day. What if we go get him and then I think Yarnup, at one point you said we go look for the petals on the floating city. Perhaps we could go check that out.
Yeah, we can do that. All right, let's go get Marxus, and then let's go up to the floating city.
So you guys are leaving the area?
One other option I just want to throw out there before we leave this area completely. What if we expose ourselves as potential threats and try and get the assassins to come after us? And then we can just take them out and figure out who sent them. Like, is there a way to let on to any of these Ngiba that we know that they're up to something dirty?
We can literally say, I know what you're up to.
That would be a way.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's a good plan. I'm just saying.
I don't think it's bad. We got nothing to lose. We're not a part of this temple. So
Technically our
it's
lives.
not like we're religion. It's not like we're going to dishonor ourselves by doing that, right?
Yes, I will say technically we do have at least one thing to lose, and that would be our life. If we get them to send assassins after us, I'm pretty confident we can defend ourselves, but they're
What
assassins.
about, hang on a minute. Let's see how this spell works. I have what's called message. So I could. All right. You can cast a spell through solid objects if you are familiar with the target and no one's beyond its barrier. Magical silence, 1 for the stone, 1 inch common metal. All right. So I have what's called message. What it does, I target a certain individual and I say a message, I whisper a message into their ear that only they can hear from a distance. I also can do it through walls and barriers, but I would have to know exactly where that individual is at that moment.
I like
Or
where
I
your
can
head's
just
at.
knowingly do it and just go in there and look at him and say, you know what you're doing.
I do like that. I just came up with one more plan that might be all right. I have a spell that I can cast for up to an hour called Pass Without Trace.
Mm-hmm.
It covers us in a veil of shadows and silence,
Ooh.
and we leave behind no tracks or traces, and we can only be detected by magic. So if we think they're in there right now, doing their like evil genius rehash how their plan worked, we could just sneak in and listen to them in the room.
Yeah. And then before we leave, we can say, I can cast my spell while we are hidden and say, we know what you've done.
Yes. Oh, and also, how many times can you cast that? Because we could also then tell the brewing orc that his friend is not dead. He seemed like a good fellow.
This is a cantrip and I could do it at will.
Yeah, so maybe not right now.
2 clarifications. Message, it's you don't need to see them. It's just somebody you're familiar with.
I know, but I have to know where they're at. That's the understanding that I had. It says you can cast a spell throw if you are familiar with the target and know it is beyond the barrier. So I would have to know like where beyond the barrier it is, right?
No, you just have to know it's beyond the barrier.
Oh.
I would argue
And
that
then
you know
Pass Without
exactly where
Trace-
Merxus is, because all I'm doing is raking sand.
Well, it only goes 150 feet.
That's... Never mind then. I'm going to put myself back on mute.
So Trace says that you can't be tracked with the exception of magical means, but basically you get +10 to your stealth check.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't mean that you are invisible.
We're invisible.
It just kind of adds to your stealth.
That makes sense.
The Veil of Shadows is kind of flavor text.
Yeah, so masking us from detection, that just means if we're sneaking, they're not seeing us.
It aids in your stealth check, yeah.
Yeah, so we could sneak in with +10s to stealth. If your stealth is...
Let me see what my stealth is. I don't want to be rolling ones.
And really, we would only have to sneak at a certain point. Like you're in Giba monks in their eyes. You can walk around the temple.
So, do we know? I'm just trying to think. Like, what? Do I know anything about the Angiba religion at all?
Make a religion check.
My religion. 11.
You know that they have some kind of ties with the Assembly of Tyrann, the Majocracy, like the government that rules the Tyrann domain.
More of what I'm looking for is, and if I can't, maybe I didn't roll high enough for this information, that's totally fine. But is there a certain god that they follow?
You've never heard of one.
Okay.
It seems to be more charitable oriented and less God oriented.
Because what I was going to do is I was going to pretend to be the voice of their god as I was doing my message. I know what you're doing. Stop it now. I am your leader. All right. So, I like both of the plans. I think by going in there and being stealthy, obviously there's a chance of not rolling well or not being stealthy because rolling isn't a thing while I'm talking to you right now. But there's a chance of them finding us and then we kind of blow our cover there. Also, if I say that message, I'm just trying to figure out how we can lure those assassins to get us. Like, that's all I'm trying to think. Come and get us, assassins. That's what I could say. We're right outside. Come and get me. I'm not scared. Is that what he says in Home Alone? Kelsey. Come and get me.
Maybe. Some of that ballpark. All right, so what's everybody doing?
Don't know.
Should we say something about the bread? That we saw it? Or like we know that it's like about the
I know about the loaf.
tales interweaving.
I've seen your bread.
Yeah, I mean, we could reference the evil dragon god.
You guys are out in the open right now?
We're on the other side of.
But you're like in a hill in the fields?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really understand the structure of this land, so.
We're
Sure.
visible.
We're
not hiding.
There's a hilled field landscape with foliage that's salt and peppered throughout, and at the crest of one of the hills is a walled temple.
So yes, we are like in a field having this conversation, apparently.
Okay.
That was a 1.
Do you want us doing it?
All right. We have to make a decision. So, are we going to get closer and we're going to use message, or are we going to try to sneak in and listen to what they're saying?
I'll leave that decision to you guys.
Cool. All right, let's sneak in and see what they're saying.
Do it.
All right, so you guys walk right back into the temple?
Oh, I must have forgotten something.
All right.
Yeah.
Where you guys at?
Get back in.
So
You're greeted.
sure we're heading.
So you walk in and you're greeted by Edmund and another monk again. He goes, yes, was there something else, anything that you needed to share with us, or any business you had here?
No, I'm so sorry. We just had a long way to walk, and I just needed to use the facilities. I realized my bladder is very small.
Oh, well, there's outside, but yes, of course, we'd be happy to show you to the facilities.
I'm a very shy pooper.
Make a performance
I
check.
saw you going down that path, and I was like, "Is she gonna say it? Yeah."
11 plus 10, so 21.
He goes, understandable. And he leads all three of you to the right of the entrance. And as you guys head down a hall at one point, you pass some form of like quarters, like living quarters. And there is a communal facilities area at the end of one of these halls. He kind of waits.
All right. So I'm just going to head on in there. Be right out.
Yes, well, best of luck.
So
Is
I'm
he
heading
just
in there.
standing there?
Am I by myself? Like, is someone walking in there with me? Is there?
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
is he-
wait in the hall and say to Edmund, she's probably gonna be a while. We know how to get out if you want to. We'll wait for her and leave right after she's done, but it's gonna take a minute. Don't want to waste your time.
It's going to be a minute.
6.
He's like, well, it is our duty to assist you in any way. You are the true heart of the Ingiba as you spread the word from city to city, so I can do my best to ensure that all of your needs are met while you're here at Temple Karis.
Thank you for waiting for me as I relieve myself.
At this
With all
point,
that planning, you guys are now pooping in a temple.
Stuck.
I'm
in
just
a
gonna look at Edmund and be like, "The lady wants some privacy. That's how you can help us."
Yes, well, she has it. You're in a stall, right?
Yeah.
You're in a stall. It doesn't have a door on it, but you're in a stall of communal monk bathroom.
Let's
See, it would probably be pretty standard for an Ingiba, as you would imagine.
And you think standing here beside her is privacy? At least turn your eyes. Look the other way.
He will turn his other eyes and turn around.
I'm hungry. Can we have some food for the road?
Yes.
Keep looking that way. Don't turn around. Don't look at us.
He clears his throat, and another monk comes by, and he kind of not like secret whispers, but kind of like mentions to them, and the monk walks away.
All right.
Can I go with them?
Edmund is still there, but the other monk walked away.
Edmund, you should go I have very specific dietary restrictions that I need to make sure are adhered to.
Fixes.
I am gluten-free and vegan. I need you to go to the canteen and make sure that I have something to eat for my journey so that I may spread the word of Nagiba and collect alms for our charity. Please go get me something gluten-free, dairy-free, and vegan. Please and thank you.
Roll a persuasion.
Not free as well.
And nut free.
That's good.
She shouts from the bathroom. She goes,
15.
"Not free as well." 15. Yeah.
You hate it.
He says, I'm sure we can manage something to them." And you see him turn around for a moment and then mumble something under his breath and then turn back towards you.
So is he using a sending stone?
It appears that either that or a message or something like that
Mhm.
that he would have done to mention to the individual that is getting you food.
Ah,
I look
that-
at Kata and kind of like wiggle my eyebrows and like,
Narnip, what's wrong with your eyes?
But this is what I wanted.
Do you have a
Look up
headache?
here. Look up here. I did not say it.
I do not understand.
Knock him out.
Roll a stealth check.
You get your +10 bonus.
Did you do it?
Yeah.
When did you do it?
Before we snuck in. Before we
Okay.
snuck in. Yeah. When we decided sneaking was the plan and not the sending.
The Edmund doesn't hear you.
Has he done something wrong?
Oh Lord.
You too.
I can like hear.
No, he hasn't done anything wrong, but we want to like. He's on us, and like we're not being very like sneaky and wanting to like hear what we want to hear and see what we want to see with him breathing down our necks.
He's breathing down your neck. Strange. Where does he need to be?
Oh my God.
Stalls in the bathroom.
I will not bring him any harm unless he's done something wrong.
All right.
However, and then I just start walking down the hallway away from the group. Just like, no, just there I go.
Were you whispering back and forth, or were you
Whispering. I was whispering. I don't.
Uh,
I'm guessing that Kata probably was not whispering.
either roll a stealth check or tell me you were not whispering?
No, yeah, we'll say I was whispering in that one.
So roll a stealth check. You don't have to roll at a disadvantage though, because that's just for your armor.
Plus the 10. So
Yeah.
19.
All right.
But I'm not sneaking away. I am just clearly that was just for the conversation.
No, that was for whether they heard you say, "I'm not gonna knock him out because he didn't do anything wrong." So you start walking away, and he goes, "Sir," and he looks over at Narnip and says, "Is there any way you can control him? Where is he going?"
I have no idea. You'd better follow him, though. He's not a Nagiba, and we wouldn't want him to see anything that he's not supposed to see.
Follow him. What would he not supposed to see? Didn't you say he's your servant of some sort or bodyguard?
He has been traveling with us. He is not mine. He is his own person, sir.
Yes, but did you hire him? He's clearly not in Giba.
At this point, I'm going to run into something.
What do you run into?
I don't know, like some candles or maybe something that's going to make a lot of noise.
Okay.
Knock something off a wall.
So you run into a bunch of stuff that's going to make a lot of noise and knock into a wall. And he hears a clatter, and he kind of runs down the hall towards you to see what's going on.
Is he like, he's asking me what's going on?
Yeah, I guess if he's further down how far down the hall did you get?
Oh, I don't know. I just didn't know if he caught me or not, or if he was just like chasing after me.
He's like jogging after you, but how far down do you get?
I don't know. Good 40, 50 feet.
Sure. So he's about 40, 50 feet away from you guys.
I hear the commotion and I take that as a signal that it's my time to come out. So I come on out and I'm like, hey, go sneak into those living quarters right over there. Just so when they come back that they don't see us and we're just like hidden in there. All right. So we're gonna run and roll into those rooms.
Make a stealth check.
+10 is 20.
You do not get +10 because Kata is more than 30 feet away from you.
Oh, shit.
I rolled a 16.
16 and a 10? All right. So, you roll in to one of the rooms, and there is a monk on one of the cots laying down. and you alert. He's aware of your presence, and he turns around, and you see a sleek, muscular tabaxi, looking back at you. He says, what are you doing here?"
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was looking for the bathroom. I was
Yeah.
told that they were down this hallway.
They're like right next to us. What's going on? Who are you?
We are fellow Ngiba from the town of Barry, south of here. And we had brought bearing grave news of your fellow comrade. From what I know, his name was Marxus.
Marxist? What happened to him?
He died.
Oh, man. Oh, it's only a matter of time, right?
Very taken back by your response there, sir.
Well, you clearly didn't know him then.
I did not.
Yeah, I said that.
Is funny.
I mean, Marxist was kind of, like I said, you didn't know him. He was just kind of one of those things that was always bound to happen.
What's your name?
Oh shit! What is my name? My name's Clausen.
Can you think of anybody that would have like wanted him gone?
Can't think of a lot of people that would want him to stay. He was kind of always a goofball. He never got anything right. He was always screwing up everything else and always everybody's way. He couldn't hold a quarterstaff, let alone that silly mop handle he uses to fight. And he certainly couldn't hold his own in a ring.
He brought disgrace to the Nagiba. It is good that he is gone.
Say that again.
Sounds like it. What a hassle.
Performance.
I would guess that McMasterson is probably the one who wanted him gone the most.
26.
I mean, probably. I don't know. I mean, he was always a screw up and everything, but for somebody to outright kill him, that's one thing. I just figured he died. How did he die?
He was assassinated.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, there was like these black figures. I've never seen him before. Have you? Like heard of any assassins around this area?
I mean, there's thieves and assassins everywhere. It's not really a safe place out there, but I guess he did something to piss someone off or, stepped into the wrong room or something.
Have you ever heard of a down street?
No. What is this, a joke?
Package that
No, I haven't. What's Down Street?
the package that we found that Marxus was carrying had an address for Down Street.
That's weird.
It is. And I'm familiar with some of the towns that are around, and I don't know of a Down Street there either.
Yeah, I mean, that's weird.
Yeah. That's so
Weirder, it was bread that he was delivering. And it was, it was like 2 loaves that were like woven together.
Well, sounds like either somebody was messing with him or sent him on a scam mission or something. I don't know.
Well, thanks for the conversation. I need to hit the facilities.
Is McMasterson here?
I mean, I don't know. I'm in my room. You're here with me. I don't
mean is he here in your room? Is he here in like this temple? Clausen.
Usually, yeah, he has an office here.
Oh, okay. Which hall is his office down?
I mean, I could show you. I don't really name the halls, and if I told you left, right, left.
If you wouldn't mind taking us there, that would be great.
Sure. And he starts walking down the hall, and he goes, so how'd you get involved with Merxus as you guys are walking?
we just were coming into town to the temple just to visit, our sister temple. And on our way here, we saw a tabaxi being chased, and he had his robes on that matched ours. And we actually saw him drop the package and unfortunately die a terrible death.
Jeez, sounds like he pissed somebody off.
Seems like it.
At that moment, you see Tolgan cross line of sight with you guys as you're heading down the hall. And he goes, you see him shout, he goes, Clausen, what are you doing? He goes, just taking them to see Masterson. I guess they wanted to talk with him. I don't know. Do you know if he's here? He goes, he's been away in the that cat butt. Sorry. He's been away, and I'm not sure when he'll be back, but he's up in the cities. He goes, all right, well, there's your answer.
Clausen, nice to meet you.
Okay, yeah, nice to meet you too, I guess.
Thanks for the help.
You're welcome for the help. Yes. Do you say that?
No, I don't. But I want to.
You go, you get, Tolkien goes, Clausen, on your way, I'll see them out. So, Clausen walks away, and Tolkien starts escorting you towards the exit. He's like, you guys kind of have what seems to be have his ear alone right now as you guys are walking through the halls. He goes, you were right about Masterson, and you must be careful. You're in a very dangerous place right now.
We thought so.
Well, then why'd you come back?
We have to figure this bread of loaf out. Loaf of bread out. I keep saying bread of loaf.
The bread of loaf.
We think that Marxist was set up.
So Marxus isn't dead, Tolgan.
What?
He's still alive.
That's good. All right, here. Well, take this. And he hands you what looks to be like a scroll case of some kind. He goes, here, take this. I will trying to think of not being suspicious. 1 week from now, we will I'll need more supplies for brewing, and I'll be heading to the city of Bryn. I can meet you, and it'd be great to catch up. And if this is the case and what I'm hearing is going on, I might not be coming back.
Well, please take care of yourself. And stay low. Look to the rooftops. Assassins.
All right. Sounds good. Stay safe as well. And he's escorted you out to the exit. And you guys once again see the rolling hills of the Adrian Peninsula on your way back. You've now acquired a skull case. A scroll case from Telgan. That is it's just leather bound. And
It has all his brews in there.
so on that note, we'll pick up next time on what you guys are going to do with this skull case, this scroll case, and this bread of loaf, and we'll pick up next week and see what the gang does with this and how they're going to meet up with Merxus and this information where there's a what seems to be overlying intrigue going on with the Ingiba. That said, we're going to take a short little break. We're going to restart the stream and do a short little quip, just kind of a breakdown of what we did this episode. Hopefully you can learn something from it. It is meant to be a little bit more educational, or kind of like, hey, why did you do this, or what did you do that? So please stick around. We will be right back right here on this stream in about 5 minutes.
Clear. Yep. I have everything. I have stopped the recording, but I am continuing the stream. Yep. So we're just on a short.
Awesome. Welcome back. So we have kind of this like little post-credits scene show kind of thing going on that we've been experimenting with, and it's basically hopefully we can answer any questions that pop up in chat or anything, but we can also kind of debrief and talk about like what our decisions were and what was going on, what we really wanted out of this session and what really happened. So we're gonna start off with Lindsay. What was your favorite part of the session?
Well, my favorite part was that I said I was a shy pooper. To the world.
To the world.
And to try to distract Edmund into letting us back in, I guess, to where it didn't seem weird. I think it was pretty weird.
Fair enough.
But no, I think it was very silly, very fun. But yeah, no, that was great. My least favorite part was Clausen. What a jerk, is all I have to say.
Just gonna tell you that that tracks.
Didn't like him. Yeah, that was my top moment, I think.
I will say that if you are searching for a Easter egg kind of thing here, the Marxist had mentioned earlier in this session, I believe, after the break, that said, yeah, I've came up real close, just a little short of winning against the champion. And it was because Clausen was the number 1 seed and I was the 64. And so he beat me, but only by a little, because he was only using, half of his power, essentially, if you will. It felt like I just rolled terribly. So this Clausen character, the absolute foil of my sloppy, drunk Tabaxi, is a sleek, muscly Tabaxi. And I'm kind of pleasantly surprised by that whole turnaround.
I think one cool thing is that you should definitely check out if you haven't already, check out the 2 prequel videos that we did, one with Gina and one with Dan as well, who's down that way. I think it's so bizarre how much that kind of stuff has been coming up, because I'm also giving options for everybody to not have that be a thing. But it's interesting, and like watching those and knowing what's going on in the background a little bit is kind of cool, and it's cool for me. And nobody in the screens really know what I'm talking about except for the individuals mentioned, and they only know their thing. So we do plan on doing one with Orla and Kata, Lindsay and Bob. We'll do kind of like a little mini session during the week one day, and I think probably next month we'll probably plan for that. But basically, it's the idea behind it is that to do your like level 1 through level 5, because now you guys are level 5, and we just really wanted to explore more of the
backstory.
More of the backstory that way, but also we wanted to explore more of the higher levels. Like our last campaign ended at level 5.
Right.
And we could have continued it, but we kind of wanted to do our own thing and do our own world. I wanted to do my own homebrew world. I was already alluding to that in the previous campaign.
You weren't alluding to it. Once you know after the fact that anytime we engaged and turned the doorknob that it was opening into the world of Cyrilos or another world that has yet to be named or whatever, it's just a cool, like, as the person who, well, not the person, but like one of the person who kind of helped AJ like into D&D, it's super cool for me to just like holy shit, there's something I introduced my friend to, and holy shit, now they're creating this entire world. And am I not enough of a nerd now, kind of thing? Just super cool, and like to have you kind of take the reins and run with it. Just
Well,
chef's
thanks,
kiss.
man. And I appreciate you introducing it to me, and like kind of like it was always something that I wanted to do, and I was always something that like I never thought I was not nerdy enough or anything for it. I just considered myself more like board games and been like, I don't know if I can do this. I need the tangible things on the floor. And that's where like even our first campaign, when we played in person, was so much better. And I can't wait till we can do it again because I love painting minis. I love making those maps. I love creating an awesome scene. There's some cool minis posted on my Twitter that we do. I don't know if we post them in Roll for Revel, but we can. We will.
No, I'll get on the retweet train this
for
week.
all
Though.
of you. I'm super excited about all the minis. I'm super excited, and I've like created like 3 or 4 battle maps for these 2 sessions that have never even showed up yet. So, but yeah, I'm really excited. I'm really appreciative. So previously, I'm not sure if you. Well, nobody's privy to it because we haven't released our audio clips, but we can from our first campaign. But we have there was a doorknob, and as they said a command word, it would lock in place and it would open a door into what was Cyrilos. And eventually the idea would be that they could walk in, step into it, and leave the world that they had behind them and step into this homebrew world. But that's really cool because like as they open the door, they never stepped through. And they would see cool things, and it would just be like things I would make up on a whim. But now those things are canon. So like I think at one point you guys saw this like crazy forest that had like super skinny trees and white.
And
like,
it seemed like burnt or like singed or something.
So now
like
that forest exists.
That's the Emberlands.
Oh.
It's got to be in the Emberlands.
Yeah, you guys saw, I think it was a giant foot that came down.
Yeah, it was like a Monty Python style.
Yeah, that scene is what inspired like the Titans and the Emergence and all of that. Like you were witnessing that.
That's dope.
And that was like where that spawned from. And it's crazy too because like I did a DM tip post I think yesterday, and it was basically like, hey, if you're stuck on something, use a roll table. And I really enjoyed the like just use it like, hey, all right, cool. What kind of government is this? DM's guide roll table. All right, cool. It's a magocracy. Just literally that's what gets you through the crunching aspect is in terms of world building. But yeah, I think it's really cool in the collaborative aspect. You're right, Gronk. At the world building thing that we did with Kingdoms was super cool. And you see some of that now coming through. You see a crazy cool hatred of the Ingiba through Keda because the Dragonborn and the Ingiba they butted heads in the game that we played before. And I think that's I just geeked out about it. And I'm sorry. It's so cool to me. Yeah, it's just cool when everybody's a nerd.
Yeah.
All right, so now back on track. Lindsay's favorite part was pooping. Bob, what was your favorite part?
I think my favorite part was casting a spell to make us all sneaky, and then immediately walking away and nerfing it for everybody on the team. As soon as you're like, how far? And I was like 40, 50 feet, and then you're like, oh. I was like, oh,
Cool.
shit. That's, yeah.
I was like, we don't even know how long this hallway is. Why is that relevant?
I just ignored you.
Yeah.
You said that
You
to me,
did.
and I was like, yeah.
I know
I'm
it.
going to see what happens here.
Maybe I could run 40 feet ahead and then set it. No.
But that's cool about these like early sessions though, is like you're learning the limits of your character. You're learning. I think in the first session you casted Zone of Truth.
Yeah.
And
They
you
could
learned
see
that
me doing it.
you learned that they could just shut up.
Yeah.
Dan, what was your favorite part, man?
Honestly, my favorite part was when I was like, yeah, I'm a hyper experienced monk, talking over my britches. Just, if you know Dan in real life, that's pretty. Can I help you? Sorry, Wilson's sneezing back here, so I'm sure he's fine. But, anyways, my favorite part was the, yes. The, oh yeah, I can super help with anything y'all want. You cord-minded mothers, and so let me know what I can do. And they were like, "Here's a rake," and it's like, yeah. So I've improved from janitor to landscaper. So that's a bit of a jump in the monastic tradition. So it's just interesting to see that kind of. I don't know. That was the most fun for me, just as like the nerd of character building and storytelling. That was kind of maybe next item, or maybe next vocation, I suppose, is like mechanic or something. I don't know. We're just climbing the ladder.
Okay.
Vocation.
Moving on up in the world. All right, Gina, what was your favorite part of the session?
I think just like the fear that Kata is gonna kill Narnip. Like
This underlying tone of like, oh, you steal?
yeah.
Don't
And
do
just
it around
like
me.
yeah, trying to like navigate how I'm gonna be a rogue with somebody that's like wanting to kill thieves in my group. I'm like, I think that poses a unique challenge, and I'm curious to see how that's gonna play out as we move along in this campaign.
A unique challenge, she says.
Even so, like with me, like I am very like Robin Hood-esque, like I am fine with stealing if it's like for the greater good, but like it seems that Kata it's a very like white or black thing, like stealing is stealing. Like it's bad no matter what the reason,
Is
So-
Kata just super lawful good? Constant?
It's not so much that stealing is bad. It's that, like, the reasons to be stealing are either, like, there's a very narrow window for, like, why you might steal, right? So, like, most of them are because you're bad, right? And then in the examples of, like, because, like, okay, so, like, you steal food, right? Because you don't want to pay for it, or, some nefarious reason, those are pretty clear. But when it comes to, like, you can't, like, maybe you're, like, you can't afford it, right? Where the normal person's first question might be like, well, is it too expensive? Kata's first question would be like, well, why haven't you improved yourself enough to be able to afford it? Or if, like, it's because someone is doing something bad, like if
Damn.
somebody is like, we're withholding food from this group so they can't eat, then his first question would be like, well, why don't you just kill them? Because they're dishonoring everyone by, like, withholding something. There's
So
no, like,
Kata's a libertarian?
That's what I was gonna say. It was just like a short fused libertarian, basically. Like, oh, you have oppressors? Well, fuck them. And also,
Yeah.
do you need guns or gay marriage to make it happen?
Yeah,
That's-
Kata's full stance is like, is someone doing something that is unbecoming? If they are, they should be punished for it. If someone doesn't have something because of shortcomings, well, you should like work to make yourself better.
You're like a ranger paladin.
Dragonborns are very much high on like, we have achieved excellence in our culture, and you should all just do the same.
That's
if you can't,
so
we'll show you
perfect
how.
for the like world building too from 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, that's the coolest part. Is like I basically, especially with what happened in Kingdom in that mini session, we really need to figure out how to release the audio for that, because I think it's a really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Really
that'll,
cool.
that'll be for Patreon subscribers down the road. I've saved it to
Yeah.
my
That's what we
computer
should
and
do,
such,
do
but
like, yeah. Well, also you have all the audio for that, right?
I sure do.
All right, cool. Because I think today it gets deleted from Twitch.
Oh, I'll make sure I have a copy as well from Twitch, but just to double
Okay.
check.
Cool. Anyways, that's a good idea for Patreon stuff. If you do have any suggestions or anything like that, I think there's a suggestion box down below.
Yeah, or things you would just like to see in general.
For sure,
Yeah.
for sure. I think it would be super cool. Again, I think we're gonna work on. Obviously, we're gonna figure out how to make this in real life. We'll probably need videos and that, or videos. Yeah, we'll need videos to make videos. We'll need cameras to make videos, and we're gonna kind of work on that stuff here in the future. We've definitely invested in some microphones now. Compared to the before sessions, Lindsay and I now might share a awesome microphone from Blue, but it's like that omnidirectional one. Anyways, I think it's super cool that how I've been able to like just give you all something, and you just take it and run with it. And like I think I was basically like, hey Bob, what is being a Dragonborn like? And you've created this not just like this race, but like their way of life, their how they view the rest of the world, their libertarian status apparently.
The mythology.
Yes,
Yeah.
all the mythology.
I'll tell you, that is also my least favorite part of today, is realizing like at any point I might legitimately try and kill my companions.
Well, I mean, that's very like Ranger Paladin-esque, really, to be like, oh, you're not with me? Fuck you, I'm gonna kill you.
But like that's, I mean,
I'm gonna kill you.
that might be, is that the character arc for Kata? Is that like the realization that not everything is so black and white? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll get there.
Ooh.
Maybe
We'll
there's
get
a
there.
hardened exterior
But I think-
that we like
I think-
chip away.
Exactly. I think for
The
sure that
scaly
is gonna be a
exterior,
cool moment.
perhaps?
So
Scaly dragon exterior.
I have some questions for you guys, and
I'm
if anybody
excited.
else has any questions, feel free to throw them in chat. How did you guys feel about the choices of missions? Like I had like a list, and when you rolled to see what you got for your cheats.
No, I think it was great. I think it was quite interesting that we got to the Phoenix petals that they are.
Nobody
think
has
there's
any
more
memory of
behind.
Phoenix petals. I feel like somebody has a recent memory of Phoenix petals.
So do I. This is just an inkling that I have.
Hey Tito,
Maybe.
he's over your shoulder.
He's literally, yeah.
He was. I put his water dish up there to try and pay some cat tax to the internet. Look at it. Oh, and now
I
as soon
feel
as
like
he's
we
like,
fulfilled our cat tax with the amount his butt was in the video today.
"Hey, you know, there's nothing. Nothing sells better on Twitch than a couple of cat butts."
Cat butt. No, I think it was really cool how you did that. I do think that there is like obviously more depth to the store we went into, and we'll get back to that.
Oh,
I
all the
know.
creepy baubles.
Yeah, there's just that underlying like, who, if this isn't used for anything but it just has a ton of value, like why does it exist, you know?
True.
And why did this person end up getting it? And then why did somebody steal it?
Layers upon layers upon layers. Much like a stack of
Something
pancakes
onion.
with butter and syrup in between.
Oh,
Mm.
that's much better than what I said.
Add some peanut butter to hold it together.
I'm just trying to say, like, you know, ogres are like onions.
Oh yeah, duh.
Ogres are like, what?
If you
I
cut them
mean,
open, they make you cry.
You know what you should say is something that everybody likes. Everybody likes Tito, and everybody likes parfaits. So Tito is like the parfait of our partay, if you will.
Oh, dude, I didn't even think about this, but I will tell you this much. there's going just like last time. There's going to be a time where you guys are going to need to name your group.
Okay.
I'm excited for it.
I'm not. That's like one of the worst things to do. It's not.
Very
It's a really
easy.
great thing to do, but it's very hard.
No. Kata makes that very easy. We're group number 1. First group I've been a part of.
Number 1. The A team.
Champions.
The B team.
The
We
champions.
can't be the C team. That's taken.
It is.
Yeah, you guys aren't. Yeah, it's taken.
You were about to go in depth on something, and we were like,
I'm good.
yeah, you're going to lose us. Do we have
Well,
another
the first
37
people that,
minutes
like,
for the
did
behind the
this-
scenes?
The first people that did this, I think they're first. I don't know.
Well, they're not
They
first,
did
they're
it at like PAX Unplugged for so many years. But yeah, they would. The Penny Arcade group would do. They did Acquisitions Incorporated, and then eventually they had the C team, which was the C team of Acquisitions Incorporated, which is one of the cooler titles for somebody who's an adventuring party, by the way. Like, I don't know.
Hi.
That Inc. is cool.
We are Acquisitions Incorporated. What would you like acquired today?
Exactly.
It's very like sci-fi and medieval at the same time.
The thing is, we just met each other. So right now, making a name wouldn't make sense, you know? So it's got to be more of like a click, more of like something that we solved together, you know? And then we're like, oh, okay, we should continue this relationship, you know? Like now we're a group. Like now we're this.
If we can
I just
get
went
around
these
and I like
antique,
that.
if we can get these antique Phoenix pedals back, maybe we'll just be like the Antiques.
Well,
No, it's not a good name. Okay.
the peddlers.
The Petolers.
Um,
The Petophiles?
I've
No,
also-
Gina, no.
No?
I've also
Okay.
worked renown
This is
system
a
in this,
family
and I think
Twitch
I've-
stream, okay?
Is it?
I don't know.
Okay, I
Yeah,
think
sounds
that's
fine.
where
Really
we...
too much on camera today. I also created a cool renown system. So, like, if you guys complete a mission from one of the bounties, you are officially level 1, like, shield hands. Like,
Ooh.
you've taken on a shield hand contract.
Oh.
Gina
Okay,
has
so
one
that
shield
could be,
hand
like,
raised.
our- Love it.
So yeah, I mean, but also depending on how you go about that, how you deal with other people, the cool thing is, we may have options of how you can call upon those people or those things or whatever else it is in the future.
Are you implementing
guys have to
Skyrim's
be
companions right
Tied
now?
with the merchant guild. What's up?
Are you implementing Skyrim companions?
It's kind of stolen from a bit of that, more of like the way like KOTOR 1 and 2.
Oh, dude,
the-
literally one of the
kind
best
of
video
grew
games
on,
of all
like,
time.
chips.
Perfect.
How Outer Worlds, same developers did that kind of thing, but also on a broader span. I think they poke around with it in
Fable?
Waterdeep. No, Waterdeep. But Fable kind of is playing into this too. As you can tell, I'm very video game oriented, and I hope that's cool with everybody. But the cool thing is, like, it's not like, oh, hey, go on this boring ass quest or have this escort quest where the NPC keeps running into trees and you have to wait for them or they move slower than you. That's the shitty part of video games where you're
Just
doing
turn
that kind
on
of
no clip.
But yeah, I've actually got a really cool like quest breakdown thing. I took a lot of themes and quest theory, so to speak.
Was
from
that a
different set of groups,
was
and,
that a
like,
class at CMU?
Yeah, it was
Nice,
it was a
elective, huh?
class.
Q101. No.
It was just me.
It was at least
It
a
was just me in
300
the
level class. Look at
and
this
it was
guy.
in my basement. I got an A. So yeah. So what's the gang doing moving forward?
Well,
Question about the thing we took about the fawners and just like fawners in general. So it's like Fauner is a blanket statement for anybody that's like worshiping the usurper Titan gods, or would you say like this is a Lamashaga fauner? Like, are they divided by who they're fawning over?
I would say they're divided by who they're fawning over. But mostly that is regional. Like Titans came about in regions. So as you guys explore the world, and we can flesh this out, Bob, because you're from such a drastic different part of the world, but you guys are probably familiar with maybe 3 or 4, and it was like a regional aspect because that was like their area that they consumed or destroyed or whatever else you want to however else you want to interpret it. But your experience, Gina, with some of them have been like through well, we've talked about that, but and I don't want to ruin it for everybody else playing the game, but I would say like in this main region that makes sense. I'm not saying that is the case, particularly with the bounty that you just received, but if you guys roll history checks on what Titan this because Titans were named and they were around for so long that makes, I don't know, that clicks, that makes sense that it would be a regional thing. But yeah, I don't know, it's definitely interesting, and it's like this super cool like underlying tone that like not even a generation ago lands were destroyed. And that's one thing why I think, Bob, we talked about it in one of the breaks, is like when you guys were trying to figure out what was going on and what you wanted to do outside of the temple to go back in or not, or figure out whatever you're doing, I started rolling dice to see if there was going to be like a random encounter. I started rolling dice to see if you guys were just going to get attacked by something, because it's a dangerous world out there, and if you're outside of city walls, and all the cities are walled, and that's for a reason. And if you're out there, I mean,
we're about to get attacked by
dangerous
like
things may
radioactive scorpions or something like that.
Right. You know,
and there is that sense of radioactiveness too. Is like we talked about how like, so like I tried to include every subclass in. So if you wanted to be what is like the new one, the Soul Knife Rogue or something like that, where you had like a psionic knife, like a Psylocke, like from the X-Men kind of mental blade, it would, there was a reason behind that.
Wait,
like,
so
you're not
Psylocke's
going to
power
be
is a
from-
mental blade? Kind of like the lightsaber, like the length of the blade is like powered by the like brain waves?
I don't know
It's
if
like
I
a
agree with
Halo
that.
sword.
I mean, if we're going to start talking about Star Wars old and new canon aspects, I mean,
Oh no, I meant like that.
we could just start at extreme.
Is it like a Halo sword but in dagger form?
What's up?
Like a Halo sword? Like it's just like a particle
Yeah,
beam
kinda, yeah.
sword. Like
But then she has like a katana on one end, and then she has the like energy sword, which is the other. She has like 2 swords, but one of them is like an energy sword. Just watch the
Yeah,
X-Men, was it Apocalypse, where...
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I just watched it the other day. It was all right.
no, we're only watching Marvel movies right now.
It's in association
That is
with
Marvel.
Marvel Entertainment.
All right, well,
Just don't get
everybody,
Ryan Reynolds
I think we're
started
gonna
on
call
that.
it now. Does anybody else have any signing off last minute things they want to mention or ask or anything else like that? Linz?
no?
Bob?
Yes, don't steal, don't be dishonorable, don't do anything bad. Just be better than you were yesterday. And then we'll be good.
Oh. Dan?
Not everything is like a Beatles song, and sometimes there is no honor among thieves. Gina. Do it
Scream
again.
and go.
Do it again. Hold it up
Nice
to the
one.
computer
Thank you.
closer, because you
Thank you all very
trouble.
much for joining us. We will be back on Sunday, 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to see what this crew does with this new skull case. This new scroll case, we're going to see what's going on with the everlying threats that are around them and whether or not they're going to try to fulfill these bounties. So, again, thank you very much. And we'll see you next week.
Hi,
Next
thanks
week
so much.
on Roll for Revelry.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, don't forget to roll for Revel. Is that a thing? Is that our saying
It's
now?
about
It is
to be a
now.
thing. Are you kidding me? You just made it a thing.
Yeah.